Outside the building, I supervise the police arresting the criminals that I let off the hook. Mikhail is by my side and Wade is still grounded in his bubble, and now he is singing some pop music that I don't recognize. In my hand, there's a vial of liquid that I found in the lab. What coincidence! I mutter to myself while I play with the vial, throwing in the air and catching it again and again. Listening to the noise of several car engines getting close, I focus to see who the sent. Finally, there are already many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the vicinities observing in secret, but now they are officially coming. Oh, I see why they take so long. Captain America and Black Widow just arrived. Deadpool goes to speak. Wow, if he is not one of the great asses in the world. Oh, and hi to you too, Black Widow. His comment makes the two stop and looks at him strangely. Captain, Black Widow. I greet while turning around to take a look at the Avengers. After Steve's arrival, there's a change in the mood of the area. The police officers are acting more respectful, almost reverently to the guy. They don't act like that even to me. Well, I can't blame them. The guy is a legend. Even I grew up listening to his tale. Makes sense that S.H.I.E.L.D. wants Cap here. Maybe they think I'll play nice with him. Not happening. Business is business. Friendship is friendship. Idolin. Captain America extended his hand and I give him a firm handshake. Good to see you, Cap. I wish is under a better situation. I say, is it not good to see me too? Natasha asks at the side while smiling. I already greeted you early, Black Widow. I speak evenly, you can call me Nat. Everyone close to me calls me that. She says, giving me a once-over. Black Widow. I repeat. These types of people, if you give an inch, they will take a mile. I have one at home too. She pouts like she has been wronged, but I ignore her. And probably the situation is too strange or awkward for Steve that he decides to change the subject. What happened here? He asks, eyeing the building and the people being arrested. You should already know. Same old, same old. People experimenting on metas to make soldiers. I say, avoiding saying the term super soldier, so he doesn't feel bad. Steve is too nice, he would probably blame himself somewhat. These guys with a hero complex. At this moment I receive the message. I have a wrist computer that can pretty much do anything that a smartphone can do. And make holograms. I have taken inspiration from Mass Effect Omnitool, but it is very far from the ideal. I mostly use it as a disguise for many of my powers. I can't go around showing that I can communicate telepathically with people after all, or that I can use technopathy. Everything ready, Idolin. The message appears above my wrist. Okay, send the bots when I give you the signal. I say. The two Avengers look at me a little confused, waiting for some explanations. I'm moving the victims. I simply say before entering the building again. Jesus. Steve says, shocked and disgusted. We are right now in the big space where they make metas. Is basically a huge hangar with people in chambers. The chambers can torture them in different ways. Asphyxiation, electroshocks, needles, cold, heat, and other psychologic tortures. Giving the signal, a portal opens near me and many of my bots start pouring out of it. Take the victims. Be careful. I say, and I am replied with a lot of, yes, sir. When I found them, I stopped all torture mechanisms and administered anesthetics. I will help them, and after this, I will see every individual circumstance and proceed from that, providing the appropriate help. I explain before they can ask. We can take care of them. Black Widow starts, but I interrupt her. Nope. Non-negotiable. They will be under my protection until they can make a decision. I say gravely. You guys should go arrest the people responsible. I say nonchalantly, waiting for them to take the bait. The responsible? Natasha asks. Yes, politics, businessman. It's already on the internet. I say, showing a hologram of a website. Is the anonymous website. I scroll down and show the newest post. The workshop, a factory of metas. Black Widow read it or loud, and then when I continued to scroll down showing the names and photos of the important people involved, she curses in Russian. Do you know him? Anonymous? Are you him? Do you know what you have done? She barrages me with questions. After my fight with Thor, I search for him. He can't fight, but his power is useful to bring these bastards to light. I say, not caring about her attitude. Oh, great international organization that defends us, what are you gonna do? I look at her. Arrest them? Or look on the other way and bend forward like they're good little bitch? I ask mockingly. She just stares at me. Oh girl, you can't win a staring contest against me. I'm gonna give Fury a call. She finally says before moving away. I then go back to watch the bots work. They're moving the victims to an abandoned factory in Mutant Town. I will not take these people to my space station or to the Morlock's place. Infinity Castle is out too. Only my allies and enemies will enter there. The factory that they are being transported to is already being modified to be another base of mine. A disposable place that I can self-destruct at any time without big loss if the situation needs. Nothing important will go or will be guarded there. For a time I believed that I would be the last. But now I see that I'm naive. I hear Steve speak at my side, eyes dazed while looking at the horrors presented in front of him. Humans will never stop trying to improve themselves. Unfortunately, some take the easy way of building a path over other people's corpses. I say, make me wish that. Maybe that day my experiment should have failed. I confess, thinking that his success created the precedent and as a result all of this suffering. That is true, but he can't be blamed for that. This guy is too good for this world. That's a bad thought to have, Steve. First, if it is not you, it would be another recruit. Don't blame yourself over something like this. I gesture to the place, and the Red Skull was already terrorizing the world at that time. You did well. Without you, many shouldn't be here right now. Including me. I say what I believe. He gives a heavy sigh, and doesn't speak anything, but I feel that he is a little better. Yeah, Cap. There were bastards experimenting on mutants a long time ago. Deadpool chose this moment to say something. There's this hairy guy with anger issues that... Shut up, Deadpool. I say, stopping him. And this is, Steve says politely. He should be curious from the beginning, but he never asked because I never brought up the subject. Deadpool, mercenary, he was here killing the responsible for all this mess before I arrive. I say to watch Captain America's reaction. He looks a little displeased, but don't look like he's gonna preach how killing is wrong and ask Deadpool to be brought in. It's funny how Marvel, the light universe, is more okay with killing than DC, the dark universe. Captain America fought in World War II, Iron Man flew to the Middle East to kill some terrorists, and I don't even want to talk about Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Thor. After seeing what I want to see, I finally complete the story. He is one of the victims here. I say, bringing Steve's attention to me again. He was experimented on, escaped, and come back for vengeance. I explain. And I see Cap nodding in understanding. The displeased look is gone now. More or less. I remember that Cap doesn't like the Punisher in the comics because he kills. Would Cap be influenced by this peaceful and modern times? I can almost see the future conflict brewing. I'm not gonna easy on you, Steve. If you try to stop me from killing someone like Doom or another asshole, I will put you out of action for some weeks. There are people that I can kill without having the blame placed on me, and there are people not so easy to dispatch. I don't believe that I can discreetly assassinate Doom, as an example. A big fight, if it occurs, is unavoidable. At this moment, Natasha finally comes back. I spoke with Fury, let's go arrest some scum. She says with a little smile that Steve reciprocates. It appears that she is annoyed to have to deal with politics too. Must be a pain in the ass, wanting to act and being restrained. That's the problem. Even the things created with the best intentions are corrupted by politics. Someone needs to fund S.H.I.E.L.D., and if someone is paying the bills, this someone is the boss. And these people have connections, favors, have dirt in other people's hands? Huh, so complicated. Many things can influence a case like that. If I hadn't posted the information on the internet, Fury would probably keep it low-key and try to deal with this situation without a great fuss. I will have to put your name as the one that disclosed the information, Idolin. She says, do what you want. I say, not caring. I think she is warning me that maybe some people will try to take revenge against me. The people who are being arrested, will be arrested, are powerful politically and monetarily. But there's no need to worry. If there's something that Chinese novels taught me is that a big fist is the best type of power, that triumphs over all others. By the way, what is that things? Natasha asks, pointing at my bots. My little helpers. My organization is short of personnel, I have great quality and little quantity. I say vaguely, your organization? I'm curious. She says, approaching me. Again. Curious enough to bug recently tortured people? I say, stretching my hand and taking the trackers that she put on the chambers of the victims. She has the decency of looking ashamed, at least. And she is even half real, I can tell. Even Cap gives her a look. Well, it's my job. She says, shrugging her shoulders. I know. And that's the only reason I haven't attacked you yet. I comment. Scary, she says exaggeratedly, but I can hear her heartbeat increasing slightly for a few seconds. She really believes that I will not hurt her, but she can't stay calm when threatened by a super powerful guy. But I can tell a little about that. I say, throwing her a bone. Like the Avengers, I also have my own group. But I'm more focused on dealing with meta problems. I thought long and hard about the name. In the end, I decided on something simple that easily tells my objective and motivation. Like Shimura-san said to me once, a name is a way to present your will to the world. It's called SCP Foundation, or simply SCP. I say, showing the symbol that I also copied from the website of my last life. But the symbol can change depending on the member. My personnel symbol has my spiral in the center instead of the 3 arrows. SCP, Natasha asks, stands for Secure, Contain and Protect. Pretty much self-explanatory. Everyone was moved, sir. One of my bots reports. Good job. I say, and I dismiss them. Everyone out now? I exclaim loudly and start walking a little fast to the exit. Steve, Natasha, the agents and the cops started following me quickly. That's the herd effect, right? They don't even know what I'm talking about. After exiting the building, Cap asks me, what is happening? Just smiting this place. I say calmly. What? High in the sky, unseen by people, one of my clones releases a huge high-concentrated blue blast of fire on the building. I even use telekinesis and a force field power to create a tunnel to the fire to stop the heat from propagating. Visually looks like that move from Anil in One Piece. Similar attacks take place at the other hideouts from the workshop on New York. Is a spectacular sight in this night sky. Humming to myself, I watch the building become ashes in a few seconds and only a perfectly circular hole in the ground remains. What is that for? Black Widow practically screams in my direction. I ignore that question and speak one of my own. Do you know what is this? I say, gesturing to the vial still in my hand. She appears a little confused but asks nonetheless, I'm curious at the beginning, but you never talked so? Is called MGH, an abbreviation to mutant growth hormone. I prefer meta growth hormone though. Is being made and studied in that lab. It is becoming popular in the underworld. I say, if I remember correctly, is this thing that gives powers to Black Cat in the comics one time. The coincidence that I talked about earlier is that myself has created something similar based on the trigger drug from the BNHA/MHA world. Is even a linchpin of one of my plots. It can boost someone's meta abilities and even awaken a person's meta ability. Well, temporarily and with many, many side effects. I hold the vial in front of her eyes. If you think that I will let something created using the blood and tears of my people fall on the wrong hands, you are crazier than Deadpool over there. She looks at me for a few seconds. If what you are saying is true, this is already in the wrong hands. S.H.I.E.L.D. can study this to do good things and use it to track Dash, like how you guys used the dodecahedron. I interrupt and look at her almost mockingly. Please, the first thing that humanity always uses technological advances is to create weapons. Cap here is an example. No offense, Steve. But a serum that can bring people to a state of a healthy body and mind, makes people immune to many diseases. What is the first use of it again? I gave her a look. Yeah, to make a soldier. That was a different time. There's a war and the people who found it are Melita Dash, I interrupt again. Yeah, you guys fought against the people trying to create an Aryan race supremacy? Creating the perfect Aryan race. Ha. I laugh, is two sides of the same coin, Black Widow. In the past the line is more clear, there are really evil guys to fight against. And now? Where is the line? Can you vouch with your life that your higher-ups are honest? For all of them? Anonymous just posted a document proving that I'm right. I'm not gonna discuss with you. What is done is done. Mikhail, go back early, I will drop Deadpool home. I say, turning to my Russian subordinate. You know, destroying the place was really not good. There could be important evidence there, it would make investigations easier. Black Widow says while I start to float with Deadpool bubble. There's none that I didn't give Anonymous to post on the internet. You can trust me on that. I say, you say to me to trust you but you don't trust us. Yes. You're making things difficult. No, I disagree. I'm making things very simple. Arrest the bad guys, no politics, no interests, nothing should influence your actions on this case. I look down at her. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can't do that, you guys are either incompetent or corrupt. I look at her seriously. Show me the answer. With these words, I shot at high speeds at the night sky. High on the air, I asked Deadpool some questions using my confession power. His backstory is really similar to the movies. There's some extra of his life as a mercenary, like meeting Wolverine, but this is not important now. Dude, I'm not ready. Let me put on my good clothes first. He tries to stop me, but I'm having none of that. Flying fast to a certain part of the city, I find Vanessa in their home sleeping. A little home invasion never hurt any hero, right? Phasing through the walls, I arrive at their room. Luckily she sleeps with clothes. Would be awkward. Now, wake her. I say to him in a low voice, no, you do this. He answers whispering, what the hell? I can't do this. You do this. We start shouting in low voice to each other. It's your damn idea coming here on the middle of the night. Go on, do it. She is your fiancée. Is better that you do this. Man up, you little bitch. You start, and I finish, okay? I'm not waking a strange woman in the middle of the night on her bedroom. She doesn't even know me. I'm here to help you explain your circumstances. Thought that before came here. At this moment I hear that the breathing pattern of Vanessa has changed. Oh. We two of us watch her slowly sit on the bed, the window gives a little light and shows our existence to her, and then, Yep, that's expected. Using telekinesis on the switch to light up the room, we achieved a standstill. I and Deadpool are with our hands in the air while Vanessa threatens us with her bedside lamp. She looks exactly like the movie. There's a comic version of her too, right? She is blue with white hair and has some sort of shape-shifting ability. I wonder if it's her latent meta ability. Maybe she will awaken in the future. What is happening? She screams, wait, why Eidolon is in my room? Is this another dream? She asks. It appears that she is confused. Wait, another what? Wrong house. Deadpool says quickly, you're from Fox and we are following the MCU timeline with the comics and... He continues before grabbing my arm and trying to pull me away to the door. Wade? Is that you? Vanessa asks, uncertainly making him pause. Before he can give excuses I say, yes, it's him. He passed for some tough times recently. I try to soften the eventual reprisal that Deadpool will receive. He tried to seek the cure with some shady people. Doesn't go so well. He is tortured, is cured but became ugly, with a face that only a mother could love, goes seek revenge. I found him, bring him here. End of the story. I say quickly. She approaches the paralyzed Deadpool slowly. Wade. And then she slaps him in the face. Pa, I think I deserve that, he says, and then she punches him in the face. And this too. And an elbow on her stomach. Yeah, maybe that too, he says, a little of breath. And she goes to kick her crotch. No. This I don't deserve. He interrupts her. Start talking, you son of whore. She screams with tears in her eyes. Hey, even if it's true, leave her out of this. He quips, but seeing Vanessa's face he stops. Sighing in resignation, he says what is necessary. I'm sorry. I truly am, sorry. He lowers his head. For everything. For leaving. And not coming back. Like the big emo guy in black there said, I was in a bad place. And I want to come back to you at my best. And I just wanted you to come back. Vanessa interrupts him. This stops Deadpool's big mouth. The two hug for a time. I'm starting to feel weird just standing here, but I have something to do yet. I'm not the same under the mask. Deadpool confesses, I'm like a menace I want to see. Vanessa says and reaches for his face. She slowly takes off his mask, revealing a paper mask of Spider-Man. I'm serious, are you sure? He asks again. She nods and goes to take the mask again. And damn, Deadpool is really ugly as fuck. The movie version is a 9 out of 10 compared to this. In addition to his head looking like a potato that rolled down a 5-kilometer slope, he has some holes in the skin that show the muscles below, shows the bones too, and there are some parts where his skin is blackened or purple. Looking at his face attentively, I can see that the holes are healing slowly, but at the same time, other wounds are opening. His body is in a perpetual cycle of decay and reconstruction. I see decay? Because of this, that he is not a giant blob of tumors. His mass maintains an overall constant. The vision takes Vanessa's breath away. She gulps loudly, making Deadpool wince slightly. Well, she starts, after I got used to it and many tequila shots, that is still a face that I can sit. She smiles, making him smile too. That's so romantic and weird. They kiss. Shit, I lost my moment to say something. Let's wait for them to stop. Hey, they are not stopping. When I see the two reaching for each other's clothes, I decide to interrupt. Cough, cough. What? You're still here? Isn't there some cat stuck in a tree that you have to save or something like that? Deadpool turns to ask me. Wade, how do you know Eidolon? Is he joining us? Better stop where this is going. Don't look at him. He is secretly Mr. Steal Yo Girl. He just hasn't started doing it yet. Wade, Vanessa? Nice to meet you, by the way. I say, looking at the woman. Before I go, I need to tell you guys something. I say, make them pay attention to me. Come with me for an instant, Wade. I say, making hand movements toward him to get closer. He breaks away from Vanessa, and when he's one step away from me. You know, I swing that way too, but I expect at least that you pay for a coffee first. I make a barrier between us and Vanessa. Using my perk that allows me to visually customize my powers, I make the barrier black, blocking the vision, and I use overhaul on Deadpool, making him explode on a cloud of gore. I already analyzed his body from him with the all-seeing eyes of God and Inuyashiki scan abilities, so I am confident in separating him from all the tumors. A second later, a good part of the gore reassemble in the human form of Deadpool. No, in the form of Ryan Reynolds. Completely naked and without any hair on his body. Nice cock, bro. No homo. Making the barrier disappear, I hear Vanessa screaming, "What happened here? Wait, are you okay?" She goes to check on him. She almost slips on the rest of the gore on the ground. Damn, Deadpool was almost 40% tumors. They are ingrained in everything in him. Bone, tissues, tendons. Can tendons even have cancer? Crazy world. Wade is caressing his face and his body with his hand dazedly before he shoots himself to his feet and runs to the bathroom. I'm back, baby. I hear him screaming before he runs again here and goes to hug Vanessa. The two are very happy, spinning and laughing. I never thought that I would be happy to look like Neo out of the Matrix. He says, well, it's true. And then he looks at me. Oh no. Come here, you little dash. Stopping him telekinetically, I say, don't touch me naked, please. And then I throw a bedsheet at him. And don't celebrate so soon. I say, lowering the excitement of the two. My eyes change to the all-seeing eyes of God and I analyze Wade again. You're still sick. I say and see the happiness slip away from their face. I've never seen something like that. Go on, Duck. Keep it true. Wade says jokingly while Vanessa holds his hand from her. Your meta ability is your ridiculous healing factor that kept your cancer at bay in a strange state of equilibrium. I don't know how or why. But the awakening of your ability mutates your disease too. Is like every individual cell of your body has cancer. At least will potentially have. I predict that between 2 weeks to a month you will go back to being a ugly moon again. I could repeat my treatment again and again but will never be a decisive solution. Telekinetically I take all the gore from the ground, roll it into a ball, and store it in the sky poison pearl. Is like your ugly form is your new, normal, look, like some metas change skin colors to blue and etc. Let me take some samples. In 2 weeks I will come back regardless of whether or not I have a permanent cure. After this, I take a little of blood and tissue. While this I tested his healing factor, making a cut on his forearm. The healed skin is all bloated like before I used Overhaul on him. Try to not get hurt again, it will accelerate the progress of cancer. I say while using Inuyashiki healing powers over his arm and healing his skin. I wonder what would happen if I stole his power? He would be free from the downsides too? Or he would die. It's better to make tests before it. And there's another thing bugging me. In the comics, Deadpool has a little relationship with someone that I don't want to involve myself in now, or never. Lady Death. She is annoying as fuck in the comics. Manipulating people, toying with everyone. Death of the Endless. Lady Death, I have this little theory now. Wade was tortured for months. Threading between life and death. Maybe he doesn't have the memories but the cosmic entity has already contacted him. Maybe she is the one that awakened his power. A convenient power to save him, huh? Any other power would change nothing. But is a healing factor that he awakened? In the comics Deadpool was part of Project X. Makes sense he gained a healing factor. Wolverine, you know. But here? Too convenient. For a moment I think about just asking Deadpool, but I dismiss the idea. I'm not really sure if Death loved Deadpool or just used him to make Thanos jealous. So maybe she is watching right now. I do not want to attract her attention. These cosmic entities, I don't want any curse or blessing. Just leave me alone. Well, till now the Living Tribunal didn't appear to erase me so? I think they don't care about me. I lived here in this world, so I'm not an outsider or whatever. I send my conscience in the sky poison pearl and check the 100-year bazooka shell. I'm feeling more secure with it. If things go south I will just use it. You can handle cosmic entities right, future me? Now I'll go and give you guys time to whatever freaky reconciliation sex you guys plan on doing. I say getting ready to leave. Nah, I think that today will be the traditional missionary. I'm feeling nostalgic and old school this night. Deadpool says affectionately looking at Vanessa. Wordos. Bye. I say before disappearing. Third person POV, is it wrong that I want to hit that? Vanessa comments about Eidolon. Baby, I want to hit that. Maybe we should try to invite him to a threesome? She smiles mischievously. Who knows, maybe in the future? This remembers me. Wade says before searching for a paper and a pink crayon. List of people that have a key to my heart? Vanessa reads what is written: Vanessa, Wolverine, Spider-Man, and Eidolon? She gives him a look. I'm sorry, baby, I have a slut heart. He says going to kiss her, but you're the only woman. Remember me to send some nudes to a certain guy. I owe him one. Unknown Eidolon hideout. Dr. Emery's Killebrew wakes up with a startle. He is shielded by a strong light above him, strapped on a cold surface and completely naked. The many sensations leave him confused for a while before panic starts to fill his mind. What? Who? Where I am? There's someone out there? He starts screaming, but no one answers his pleas. When he is almost giving up, someone finally talks to him. Emery's Killebrew. Someone greeted him. Comfortable? The voice is male and deep, but is unrecognizable and lacks any emotion. Who are you? I have friends in high places. Get me out here instantly. Emery screams before being interrupted by a laugh. Damn, you're really using connections in a situation like this. So laughable. No wonder you were kicked out of Project X to work in some unworthy side job. You're too dumb, the voice mocks. You dash. Emery's fumes with anger. What would you know? I'm working to change humanity and history dash. He is interrupted again when something clamps his mouth shut. He can't even let muffle sounds. Yeah. You are the greatest. Your work will change everything. You are doing this for humanity, and you are going to win a Nobel. So cliché, so cliché. The voice mocks before appearing to get closer. You're just a 2-bit scientist playing God in a small and pathetic lab. Please? Who doesn't know that meta abilities have a great chance of being awakened in extreme situations? Any monkey can deduce that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. You're just torturing people and hoping things go well. There's no science on it. Emery's Killebrew can only struggle in anger, the truth in the words cut deeply that he wants to admit. At this moment, a ringing sound echoes in the room. Killebrew recognizes that sound. He hears the voice chuckling and answering his phone. *beep security chief. The person answers, but now using Killebrew's voice. Killebrew's eyes widen. Yes, we have a setback. One of our workers alerted Eidolon while securing volunteers. The voice answers. The horror in Killebrew grows. The voice is talking with his voice. In his way, he is even using the term volunteers, which is something that he himself used when talking about the test subjects. A mutant, a freaky. Killebrew concludes. In truth, he has no collection of Eidolon invasion. After all, he is knocked down instantly. Yes. I managed to save a good part of my research. Where? In 2 days I will be there. And the voice hangs up the phone. A trap. He is setting a trap. Who? It appears that you are not much liked, Killebrew. Mr. Security Chief wants to secretly end you. Do you know? The voice mocks, making him blank. I noticed by his tone. And make an appointment in a suspicious place, close to the coast. So obvious that probably only a dumb guy like you would fall for it. The force that is holding Killebrew finally allows him to talk again. You monster. Freaky. We are right to move against your kind. In no time your all would try to take the world from your betters. Just accept to be a sacrifice to all humanity. Why hold all this potential on a few when everyone can have it and dash? Oh, I have the gist of it. You're envious and afraid of us. Simply like that. The voice says dismissively, now that you like so much sacrifice for the greater good. The voice says slowly with a dangerous edge on it. Killebrew hears mechanical sounds around him. He is familiar with these sounds. Something covers him. A chamber. Normally I would shut down your pain receptors, but I just don't feel like it. The voice speaks again before pain assaults his whole body. Let's win that Nobel Prize. Document. 2 days later, Eidolon POV. In a place close to the coast, I stand on an air platform overseeing a convoy moving. The people that came to get Killabrew. At my side, Siko stood on her new female samurai gear. There are 2 swords on her waist and a half Oni mask on her hand. One of the swords is a normal thing that I brought from the BNHA/MHA world. But a small villain. It's really usable, not a piece of decoration, so it's good to be her beginner equipment. The other sword is not so normal. Murasame, the sword of Akame that was collecting dust as a card, finally gains use. Not that she will use it for now, but she needs to become acquainted with the thing. In Akame Jikil, the T-Gus chooses the owner too. I plan to give her Enma or Aim no Habakiri, Odin swords eventually, but she will probably have a hard time trying to use the 2 swords as she was at the moment. They really have some sort of spirit inside. Thanks to the essence I can lend any weapon, and the ones that I lend will not have a problem using. But using well at full potential is another story. And she is also carrying her Bakken. A little useless, but using Haki or Nin could make the wooden sword as good as any weapon. Yes, I trained her on the 2 power systems. Well, correction. I introduced her to the 2 power systems. And I have to say, she is good. Almost intermediate level on the 2 with only 1 week of training. Her own talent coupled with that of Michiro makes her a genius at these things. Here's good enough, very isolated. You take care of it alone. I say to her while pointing my hand to the convoy of cars. I will not disappoint. She nods seriously, putting on her mask. First, I release an electromagnetic pulse, destroying all their electronic devices. Their car stops working and they need to use the terrain to stop the movement. Some cars even flipped. Now they can't ask for help too. Using weather manipulation, I bring dark clouds to this area too. And after I make a portal, Siko jumps in it and arrives in front of the cars. I cross my arms and watch the show. After the momentary confusion, the soldiers reorganize themselves to defend themselves. They are at least smart enough to understand that they are under attack. There are 22 of them that survived my EMP blast. Siko, we still haven't decided on a codename for her, walks leisurely but with a focus on the enemy. It appears that she wants to test herself. She takes her Bakken and holds it with both hands and takes a deep breath that only I noticed. The soldiers saw her and pointed their rifles. They're accustomed to fighting super people, so they won't underestimate a lone woman approaching them. They don't hesitate to open fire, but Siko moved while their fingers didn't even fully press the trigger. She is fast as a bullet now. Takito Michiro is one of the fastest Hashiras. He is even the instructor of the speed training on that arc. And with Siko's new powers and usage of Nen and Haki, she can have incredible bursts of speed. In no time she is already stabbing a guy with her Bakken right on his solar plexus, breaking some ribs. She changes stance and gives a horizontal 360 slash, taking 2 more soldiers with 1 move. But she is encircled now. Let's see what she does. Without wasting time, she jumps to go off the encirclement. She could have used the fact that there are enemies behind her to make the one on the front afraid of friendly fire. She can't move in the air. In another situation, that would be the end of the fight. But these guys are using helmets that limit their visions. They lost sight of her and took too long to look up. She already fell behind some of them and continues her onslaught. Without killing anyone. I notice. Well, she broke many bones. And that one over there will die because of a rib puncturing the lung in 17 minutes if nothing is done. Apparently, Siko doesn't know her own strength. But she is holding back. Not on the level of killing people yet, Siko? But damn, she is enjoying it. Only I can see, but she is smiling. Her body temperature is elevated in strange places and she has a blush on her face. She is making even less useless movements now. Her assimilation with Michiro is already completed, but that is her first real fight. So her body needs to adjust to battles. The assimilation process is really bullshit, completely bypassing the years needed of training, fighting and life/death struggles in some days to make someone an expert. She stopped? I don't hesitate to press all the rest of the enemies with my telekinesis, and bring them all to their knees. Making various force field domes and making them black to keep them from seeing me, I step down in front of Siko. She has a pensive expression in her eyes. "You must be disappointed," she murmurs without looking at me. "Not really. But tell me the reason you stopped. In any other situation, you would be dead now," I say, my voice even. For an instant I saw my reflection in the window of that car and I was making a very nasty face. Something on my eyes scared me. She confesses. As expected. Sincerely, I was waiting for this moment. So, how do I do this now? Is this the moment where I grab her breast from behind and shout some protagonist bullcrap to her? I approach her with measured steps, stopping very close to her. She almost squirms having me this close and she continues to avoid eye contact. Using my index finger to raise her head by the chin, I forced visual contact. I don't see it at all," I say, looking genuinely confused. "To me, your eyes look beautiful as ever," I say, making her blush. "Hector, I'm not a normal girl even before the apocalypse in my other life." She confesses everything. She talks about feeling constricted by people's expectations, wanting to use her swordsmanship to hurt others, the time that she lured a guy to assault her so she could attack him, and her enjoyment in killing the zombies. Everything that I already know. I still fail to see the problem, Siko, I say, trying to show genuine confusion in my voice. She looks at me surprised and then sighs in resignation. She thinks that I don't understand her. "I think you're misunderstanding me," I say before she takes her own conclusions. "I understand that apparently you have issues with your eccentricity." She looks more attentively at me. Time to talk no jutsu. And I still haven't assimilated Naruto. Imagine when I do. Will I be able to convince Galactus to be vegan? And I'll have Thanos board the Sigma male grindset Andrew Tate style? You are not normal, that much is obvious. So what? Why are you admonishing yourself for nothing being normal? Using other people's ideas of good behavior or ideal person to measure yourself. Sartre once said that, hell is other people. Comparing yourself with others will only bring you unhappiness, and it is not because they are the majority that they are right. So you have a sadistic, violent, and malevolent nature? So what? Who doesn't have one? The fact that you stopped and is reflecting at least shows that you have morals and don't want to become a monster. We are similar, you and I. I can't believe that I really said that. I also have a really dark side too. And you know what I did with it? I ask her. She looks at me curiously. I really have a dark side. After I gained my powers, I noticed I really don't care too much about people that I don't know. I'm apathetic to most of the people suffering, and even the people who suffer from the collateral of my actions. Different from Siko, who enjoys violence and hurting others. I simply feel nothing if others are hurt. I don't enjoy hurting others, but I don't lose any sleep either knowing that someone far from me is dying. I knew that I should feel bad. And I act responsibly. I don't abuse my powers and I don't bully others. But it's more of a duty than something that spawns from my conscience. And I feel good about helping people. It's nice. But I'm a pragmatic guy. I won't be overwhelmed with guilty if I fail to save someone. I will feel bad more about my failure than the lives lost. You know that test where a train will kill 5 people and you can change the direction to kill only 1? I would pull the lever without hesitation. I would let 1 million people die to save 1,000,001. I'm pragmatic like that. I have the gacha and I can gain powers easily. Sometimes I catch myself thinking about what I would do if I don't have this option. How far would I be willing to go to grow strong? I know the answer. Very far. Dr. Doom level of far. I showed that. In my travel to the BNHA/MHA world. The knowledge that I was so weak and vulnerable in this world annoyed me greatly. But I don't regret it. I did some good at compensation too, and now I can protect my home world better. And now that I'm stronger, don't need to hurt people easily in my quest for power. Sincerely, it's good that I'm like that. If I hesitate, I lose. Is much better to be apathetic to these things than to have a crippling hero conscience that halts my progress and makes me depressive. I could blame the assimilation, but no. Is all me. I'm like that. Gaining power only reveals that. If you want to know a man, give him power. Really true words. Strangely, acting as a hero is changing me a little, or maybe is the assimilation of good guys. I'm a little more empathetic, and thinking about doing more to help. Even if my thought is evil, if I don't externalize them is all good. I'm acting good, so what? What's the problem with having evil thoughts? Who never thought of things that would never do in real life? Or maybe I'm being influenced by the people that I'm nearby like Peter and Steve. Who knows? Maybe I can become a cool guy like them in the future. It's good to know that I'm absorbing good things from them. I learned how to use it for my purposes and even to do good. I answer Seiko. Look over here. I pointed to the side. Where I'm pointing, some kilometers away from us, the wind starts to grow strong. With my powers, I make a hurricane. Your urges in nature are just like the wind. Shago is right. I really love my metaphors, have so much destructive power, but if you can harness and channel it in good things, you can have the best of both worlds. I snap my fingers and make a show of easily dispersing the hurricane. But you need to control it and don't let it control you. You are sadistic and like to hurt people? Fine. Hurt people who deserve it. Do you want to be a righteous samurai? Protect the innocents. And if you don't trust yourself to make these decisions, I look at her intensely and slowly walk behind her, grabbing her hand that is holding the bakken, and I raise it to point to the people trapped on my force field. Leave the decision to me. You don't need to think too much if you don't want. Let me be the one that uses your impulses. I lower my head so that my mouth stays very close to her ear. Trust all of yourself to me. Be my weapon, my blade. My blade doesn't need to think, just to cut what its master wants to cut. I feel her shivering and start to pant slightly. Let's go to the final blow. Stealing some words from the MC of High School of the Dead, I will make her overcome her issues. It's like they said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If worked for him, you say that your face is nasty, but I think you are beautiful, Seiko. All of you. I whisper in her ear, I'm so looking forward to seeing how much more beautiful and strong you can become. I want to see it, but this isn't gonna happen if you are held down by other people's morals. Just trust me, okay? Grabbing her hand more strongly, I raise her bakken even more. Do you remember what I said about your potential? That one day wouldn't be weird to you to cut mountains? Putting my haki on her bakken, I swing down together with her. Using advanced Hashoku no Haki, which I finally learned by assimilating Odin. R/ makes a huge gash on the clouds that I created with my powers. Her breath hitched. You can be so much more. But only you can take this first step. I let go of her hand and wait. After some time she takes a deep breath and relaxes. I can feel it, the hesitation and uncertainty disappearing. Hector, a man can't say those things to a woman lightly, you know? She chuckles, I will hold you responsible from now on. She says simply before raising her bakken. You can trust me on that. I disperse the force fields, revealing once again the soldiers underneath them. Getting invisible, I watch her advance toward them. She is still using her wooden sword and she is still holding back not kill anyone. Maybe it's a step that she's not ready for, but now she is much more violent. Breaking a guy's jaw, destroying another guy's fingers, attacking someone's knees and making them bend unnaturally. And she is laughing. She is flushed, her eyes almost glazed, and she has the biggest smile that I have ever seen on her. And I can smell her arousal. I watch her kick someone's shoulder and step mercilessly into another one calves. Yep, she is a Yandra. Putting my chin on my fingers, I think for myself, is it weird that I find it hot? Yandras are cute when they can't kill you, right? Right? I'm not weird. Third-person POV, Cathalhu-centered Cathalhu arrives at dawn at his residence after a night exerting his dominance on the cats of the neighborhood. He yawns pleased with himself after a job well done. The cats are like him but not quite the same. They're less and he needs to show them that. He hears the familiar beep that he always hears when he uses his personal door to enter his home. It's always like that after his master gave him his collar. Arriving at the place to eat, Cathalhu sees her, the green creature that master brought last time. She is just a lazy bum, even more lazier than him. Cathalhu decides that he needs to teach his junior a lesson. Lowering his gravity center, he stalks his prey. Silent like a shadow, he approaches and then he attacks. Raising his mighty claw, the skies dimmed and pressure overlapped all creation. He strikes with a roar. In a second, hundreds of attacks are shot at Gamera. But she remains unmoved. Her armor defends her from the life and death situation. Tack 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 tack. Cathalhu, stop bothering Gamera. He hears the voice of the first female talking to him. Feeling merciful today, he decides to spare his subordinate. Meowth *, next time you will not be so lucky. He tosses his muzzle to the side and follows the woman clad in black and white. It's time for him to eat. Meowth, give me the offerings, woman. He says even if she knows that she can't understand him. Only the master can understand him. But she is already well trained. She makes a door and retrieves a big fish. Even bigger than her. Cathalhu remembers that is called tuna or something like that, but he doesn't care. Food is food. And to a flurkin everything is food. But there is more tasty food, like fish, and because of that he remembers it well. While he eats slowly, because he receives only one tuna per day so he needs to savor it, he hears his master approaching. Good morning, Isabella. Hey buddy. And hi to you too, Gamera. The master greets and scratches his neck while he eats. Even the ever-disrespectful turtle appears from her shell to see the master. Did you sleep well, Master Hector? The woman asks, did you even sleep? She asks again with a strange tone in her voice. Not at all. Some results of the experiments would be ready in the middle of the night, so I just stayed awake to wait for them. The master answers, I took advantage of it and advanced my game's projects. You're spreading yourself too thin, Master Hector. The woman says with another strange tone. Yeah, I know. But I need to do it, and it will get better in the future. He says, the future where I can just lazy around and where people do everything for me is not far. I will act spoiled at that time. He laughs after this. The conversation delves in something that Cathalhu don't care, something about making a serum that will work on everyone regardless of their power level and making them have a good control of their power. After feasting, Cathalhu gives the woman his thanks. He needs to maintain his humans happy too. He decides to go to sleep after the master goes out like every morning. Cathalhu is now trying to train Gamera. Sitting on her shell he orders. Meowth forward, you lazy creature. But Gamera does not ever get out of her shell. Meowth move. Cathalhu tries to urge the green creature onwards, but again he is ignored. Meowth I'll use you as my sandbox. It threatens. And enough is enough for Gamera. Cathalhu felt a suction force and he found himself in a strange room. The fur on his back stands up and he looks cautiously around. He attacks a pillow and a couch but the enemy doesn't reveal himself. Then he releases his tentacles and trashes all over the place. His tentacles go to all nook and cranny of the room and are when they reach the ceiling that an escape route is revealed. Cathalhu releases even more tentacles in that direction and when he is thinking about jumping, he is yanked out by a hand. Outside the horrible room, he finds his master holding one of his tentacles. He retracts it and throws himself on his master's lap. Meowth that creature is evil. Kill it. He growls at Gamera that is just chilling on the ground. You will not find trouble if you don't search for it, you know? Hector says. Cathalhu feels wronged. He then notices that the green female is accompanying his master now. The one that is always in heat. Here Cathelhu, play with it. The woman says, showing a small cylinder to him. She then points it to the wall and a red point appears on it. Asterisk meowth asterisk what? That thing is moving. It is invading. Kill it. Cathelhu lunges to kill the enemy, but it appears that the small red thing is slippery. He can't catch it. So, what are you talking about again? The master turns to the green female. You don't know how hard it is to find capable people to open the club. You don't have anyone on standby, do you? The female asks while she moves the little cylinder, making the red thing follow. Nope. But maybe one of the Morlocks or people from Mutant Town? The master put his chin on his fingers. Using illusions to make them look normal could make them tied tightly to you, but there's a whole other set of problems doing it. Yeah, wouldn't need to be a genius to connect me and Eidolon. And your minions are not totally loyal, right? They're not my minions. But yes, it is necessary to separate things well. By the way, after the invasion, there was a crisis in New York. Are you sure that there's no one looking for a job? It's not like no one is looking for a job. On the contrary, there are too many people looking. But I want at least 5 people with experience. Some good bartenders and a personal DJ. I don't have the patience to train novices. I don't even know how to train novices. The green female says, exasperated. Makes sense. If your standards are so high, just hold for now. It is not like you lack cash. True, but doing nothing is becoming annoying too. Unless you want to help me with my boredom. The woman gives the master a look. There it is. The mating dance. She is in it for a long time. It appears that she is not very good, because the master never accepts her advances. After some back and forth that bores even Cathelhu, mate already you too, he thinks. The woman asks more seriously now. And your little revenge plan? How it goes? I'm surprised that you already haven't flown to the guy and twisted his neck. The green female says, I finally have a good idea about everything that he owns and that he is. I'm already started to slowly take everything from him. I'm not in a hurry because the guy is buying properties destroyed in the invasion at cheap prices. The master continues, he also uses blackmail and threats, so I'm letting him do this work for me. Everything will be mine in the end anyway. And he also has some connections with an organization called The Hand. They can be problematic, so I'm investigating them carefully to make sure that my actions don't trigger some bullshit demon/dragon summoning on the middle of New York arc. Forever cautious. The woman says. That's me. The master shruffs. Eidolon POV strange. Right now I'm helping in China after a dam malfunctioned. Stopping the water to not hurt more of the nearby residents, I analyze the damage. This looks criminal. I muse to myself while waiting for the decision of the operators. I could block this easily but would let them with future complications. Beep code, Goblin Slayer time on New York, my wrist computer alerts me. Now I understand, now all pieces fall in place. Norman Osborn did this to take me away from New York. Heck classic. I look around rapidly and notice some people looking at me strangely. Maybe they are his underlings ready to warn him if I leave. HMPF. You're still too green, Norman. Pun intended. Using an illusion to hide the fact that I'm duplicating myself using Dark Danny powers is easy. You know, even when I reveal my powers, I always downgrade them or make some restrictions on purpose. All the world knows that I can duplicate myself. But when I did that, my clones don't have my mantle and they didn't get far from me. So people think that my mantle is a sign of the original body. If you let people take their own conclusions, they can come up with some dumb things. About the range though. It's true. The clones can't go much far from me. Is a restriction that no one noticed with twice or ectoplasm before because they never used their powers like that. The limit is some hundreds of kilometers, which would not be a problem if I'm not an international hero. Dark Danny duplication, though, is the true hive mind thing. Me having 2 bodies. Very useful even if I became weaker, but is less than expected. I can duplicate to become 4. With 2 of me, each of them has 80% power of the original. With 3 is 65% and 4 of me are 50% each. Makes sense? Not really, but it's how the thing works. So it makes this power almost useless to fight against someone of the same level or stronger. But it's good to take care of not so much weak people with good teamwork. You know, those annoying ones that are very good at abusing their number advantage. After splitting up, I act completely clueless on China and go to New York. Finally, I can take care of the bastard. Third-person POV, New York. After a long time of absence, the Green Goblin finally strikes again. This time he aimed at a college-level science convention. He attacked and destroyed many projects and killed dozens of people before Spider-Man appeared to engage against him. Between the people killed are some board executives of Oscorp, his true aim. The others are just distractions. Thankfully, this is not a separate movie owned by a company, so Susan Storm that was attending the convention too helped protect the civilians. Now to the fight. Spider-Man is at disadvantage. In terms of power level, Green Goblin and Spider-Man are almost on the same level, with some differences between Spider-Man having greater agility and Green Goblin having a better healing factor and durability. But when Green Goblin uses terrorist tactics to distract Spider-Man, the friendly neighborhood web-slinger has almost no chance. Spider-Man throws a web on a pumpkin bomb and swings it into the air, saving a group of civilians cowering in the corner. But for his trouble, he receives a tackle from the Green Goblin glider. The two collide with a wall, Spider-Man back first. After some struggle, the two ended up in an open avenue. Colliding with the concrete, the two rolls for a while before stopping. The cars and pedestrians stop in surprise. The explosions in the place already make people act cautiously, but now a full-blown panic spreads. Green Goblin has terrorized New York for months, and in many of his appearances, his civilians died. It didn't take long for people to take a huge distance from the hero-villain duo. Running and screaming. Green Goblin gets up first. Looking at him, it is obvious to note that he is wearing a costume that tends more toward the comic version. Green with purple clothes. His mask is made of some sort of elastic material, probably silicone, and clings to his face very well, making all of his expressions realistic. Thanks to this, many people think that the villain is really a goblin. On his shoulder he carries a purple bag where he puts his arsenal. Putting his hand on his bag, Green Goblin retrieves 2 little pumpkins that he throws on the still-fallen Spider-Man. Middle-air, the pumpkins open to reveal rotating blades that approach the web-slinger. With a great show of agility, Spider-Man propels himself from a lay-down position using only his arms. When the 2-bladed pumpkins collide with concrete, they explode after some beeps. Spider-Man, while still in the air, threw 2 webs in the direction of the goblin. Connecting, he pulls and propels himself, giving 2 feet kick on the chest of the villain. They engage in a heated and familiar battle. But this time something is different. Green Goblin has no interest in taunting or making Spider-Man life miserable. He wants to end this fast, or either killing Spider-Man or running away. When the first option looks difficult, he controls his glider to come to him. He disengages from the spider-themed hero, throwing him away in a car, and is ready to flee. But it's too late. They hear the sonic boom before they see him. Eidolon drops from the sky into the middle of the street, his knees bending slightly and the ground shook with his landing. While he slowly straightened himself, a pin-drop silence fills in the surroundings. Even the Green Goblin is with his mouth agape and goes to check rapidly some device in his waist. Probably something to keep tracking on Eidolon in China. To this day, public opinion concerning Eidolon is very divided. Many still don't trust, are afraid, or simply don't like him. But the effect his presence has on the previously terrifying situation is undeniable. "I'm here," he says. Different from the boisterous way that All Might would say. Eidolon's "I'm here" is spoken calmly, but still reaches very far because of his many powers. He doesn't shout because there's no need for it. If All Might, "I'm here," is a warning to civilians, allies, and villains, Idolin's "I'm here" is a statement. He just presented the fact that he arrived and everything gonna be all right now. And it works. Green Goblin infamy is such that the mere mention of his name gives the creeps to the people of New York. But when Idolin arrives, everyone nearby slowly calms down. Like the danger already passed and he hasn't even done anything yet. It's funny how Magneto is the world's most dangerous terrorist when Green Goblin kill count and actions are much worse. The potential danger must be a factor too. Idolin muses to himself while he looks around. "Are you okay, Spider-Man?" he asks the web crawler. Yeah, I've been worse." Spider-Man answers groaning, "Go help the people that need it. I will deal with the goblin." And not having to fight the crazy green guy? Count me in. Be careful with his gases. I think it may be the only thing that can hurt you. Can it even hurt you? Whatever. I'm going, he says before jumping away. Thinking that Idolin is distracted, Green Goblin takes many pumpkin bombs from his bag and throws them everywhere. But before they could explode, a force field envelopes each bomb. Don't let the explosion propagate. Green Goblin is already climbing in his glider and taking off fast. But Idolin doesn't even move and the glider stops midair like it has been locked in space. The inertia makes the villain drop to the ground again. Idolin hasn't even moved yet and the situation looks helpless to Green Goblin. Idolin's eyes become red and two beams of highly concentrated heat cleave the glider in two. The villain once again goes to grab something but Idolin blurs. The hero appears behind the villain and in his hand the purple bag of the Green Goblin. And then he makes the thing disappear too. Desperate, the Green Goblin goes for a punch in Idolin's face. Green Goblin is strong. Someone capable of tossing a bus around. Pow, but the punch does nothing to the hero. He doesn't even move a millimeter. Idolin just stays still and the Green Goblin goes to deliver even more attacks. All with the same effect if he was using a feather to attack the hero. Standing here, I realize, Idolin sang in his mind while maintaining an impassive face. Seeing you enjoying so much using your superior strength to bully the weak, I thought of trying too. Idolin says and raises his hand in a well-known form of a flick. Boom! Idolin's casual flick makes the Green Goblin fly like a rocket to the end of the street. The displacement of the wind even makes some of the civilians' hair and clothes move. If before the people were calming down with Idolin's presence, now they're completely relaxed. Like they are watching a spectacle. Idolin uses the same hand that he uses to flick the villain away, to yank him back telekinetically before he hits something. The Green Goblin flies helplessly to Idolin and the hero grabs him by the arm and slams him onto the ground. I don't see the appeal after all. He comments while putting his foot on the goblin's chest, everything going according to the plan. They're close. Time to the next step. He thinks telekinetically, making the Green Goblin stands up. Idolin grabs him by the neck. Time to see who's behind the mask. Idolin says out loud. I'm feeling like in a Scooby-Doo episode. Him, Velma, Daphne and that gothic band? World to visit +1. Idolin mentally notes. Grabbing the purple hat, that is in truth glued to the mask, Idolin pulls, revealing the face of, obviously, Norman Osborn. Gasps and exclamations of surprise can be heard in the audience. Many people are with their smartphones in hand. Norman Osborn. I would never expect. Idolin comments. Damn you. Norman grits his teeth and tries to attack Idolin again. But he is simply bitch-slapped to unconsciousness while the audience cheers. Are you sure that doesn't want me to handle him? Idolin asks the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that have handcuffed the Green Goblin and put him in an armored car. We can handle him just fine. The agent says a little petulantly. Idolin smiles on his head, but otherwise maintains his poker face. Be sure to keep him very well constricted. Idolin advises kindly, but it just annoys the agent more. Just let us do our job, capice? He says before slamming the door of the car and taking off. Idolin can just sigh and flies away. This exchange has been seen by a lot of people, exactly like he wants. Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin. Peter Parker thinks. His mind is full of thought and conflicting emotions. Did he know that I'm Spider-Man? He can only shake his head. Norman Osborn was a kind uncle-like figure for some time to him, while he and Harry were best friends. And the Green Goblin is he worst villain. Everything is so confusing. I will go talk with Gwen and Ned. He thinks deciding to take the rest of the day off. High in the sky, Eidolon coldly looks to the convoy keeping Norman Osborn. He remains invisible, waiting for what only he knows. Norman Osborn is thinking about his current situation, where things go wrong. He can only think about the bastard of a hero. His hate for Eidolon now eclipses his one from Spider-Man. Defeated and humiliated, publicly no less. His image was destroyed. He can only think about the damage to his company, and the annoying stinging sensation on his neck. It's okay. I have friends in high places. In some months I will be out. I will pledge mental problems. Make a show that I'm cured. Maybe some good things will come from this. He thinks that while some changes are happening in his body. But I want to kill that low life. I will tear him to pieces. He thinks growling. Drool starts to spill from his mouth. His eyes grew crazy and frenzy. His veins and muscles started bulging. His skin slowly turns green. The temperature increasing. The agents driving the car carrying the Green Goblin notice that something is strange. Is hot and the prisoner is thrashing around. Stop the transportation, let's go check what BOM. The whole car explodes. From the wreckage of the burning car, a tall and muscular figure emerges. His build is similar to the Hulk. He is green with red eyes and two small horns on his forehead. He is smiling crazy and drools flood from the corner of his mouth. His hand is in flames. He then throws a fireball at the other armored cars, making it explode too. Eidolon. Avengers. Gore. The creature that was previously Norman Osborn growls before lunging in a certain direction. To the Avengers Tower. Near where is the Avengers Tower, previously known as Stark Tower, a protest is underway. Is an anti-mutant protest. A little over 100 people are screaming and with posters. In the posters phrases like, "Protect our future," "Mutants are demons," "Make New York mutant free," and other things are written. There is a mannequin of Eidolon being hanged and some images of him and his group with devil horns or with XS on them. That's not the first time something like that happening. Different from the Avengers, Eidolon has no base known by the public. So they go to the next thing. Stark has already spoken out about not accepting these protests and even bought the land near the tower to make it his private property to let these people far away. But this is his limit. He can't stop people from protesting nearby. Unknown to these people, the transformed Green Goblin is rapidly gaining ground and approaching them. They're exactly on the way of the villain to wherever revenge his muddled brain can think of. Green Goblin jumps from building to building like a monkey, his hands and feet in flames, leaving a path of destruction. Thankfully, he appears to not care too much about killing people. But many are hurt by the collateral. Back to the protest, a guy holding a smartphone notices the explosion sounds and locates the approaching green figure. For a second he thinks that is the Hulk. What would be bad enough with all the aggression the figure is showing? But he notices something different. The fire. What is this? He murmurs and no one hears him. What is this? He screams this time, attracting the attention of the rest. They slowly realize. Takes a second for their brain to recognize the danger. And then all hell breaks loose. People start screaming and running in panic, pushing and stepping on others. And Green Goblin keeps getting closer. Despair clutches the minds of the protesters when they notice that is too late. They will never make it. The villain looks unstoppable. The disaster is imminent, and when the Green Goblin is less than 2 steps close to an unlucky guy who tripped, Eidolon quickly appears between them and punches the monster away. Boom, the pin drop silence falls once again on this place. But instead of fear, is relief that they felt. And other complicated emoticons. Are you all right? Eidolon turns to the man on the ground. Then his eyes appear to have only now noticed the place and the situation. He looks around for a second. To the posters and to his mannequin. His face betrays nothing. He crouches down to grab the poster of the fallen man and help him to his feet too. His eyes idly see what is written. Mutants are the problem. Here. Eidolon gives the man the poster back. Is safe now, I will keep him far away. You guys can continue. He says before turning around and flying towards the villain. The silence and the awkward atmosphere continue even after he leaves. But I'm going home. Someone says, breaking the spell. Making everyone go away. No one feels like continuing the protest anymore. The huge form of the Green Goblin crashes into a construction site close to an avenue. He quickly stands up, acting almost feral as he jumps to the street, making people run in fear. Many abandon their cars. Eidolon lands a little later. His eyes have changed to the all-seeing eyes of God. He looks attentively at the Green Goblin and makes a strange expression. Are you still there, Osborn? Yes. But the only thing he receives as an answer is a bunch of fireballs. He casually waves his hand, dispersing the fire. Eidolon. Gur Arg. The villain lunges forward. His two arms are outstretched to try to grab the hero. But Eidolon moves faster and dodges, appearing behind Norman. Strangely, he doesn't attack. Stop, Osborn. I can still help you, he shouts, but once again he gains a flurry of fireballs for the trouble. I don't know what you did, but your body can't handle it. Stop now. Eidolon tries to argue but is pointless. The situation remains that way for a few minutes until Eidolon decides to subdue the Green Goblin. He creates an iceberg to trap the villain. Give up already. Go to jail to reflect. Accept your defeat. Eidolon says while walking close to the trapped villain. But the Green Goblin starts to move crazily. All of his body ignite like gasoline has been put on him. He moves to punch Eidolon but hits the air. Eidolon dodges again and again. All attacks fail to connect. The Green Goblin roars angrily. After some time his body starts to slow down. The fire diminishes. Cracks appear on his skin. Osborn. Eidolon mutters and goes to subjugate the villain again. But in a last-ditch effort, the Green Goblin burns himself even more to try to attack the hero. And accomplish nothing. The price? His body starts crumbling. Slowly he disintegrates. With many people watching, the Green Goblin that terrorized New York for months becomes ashes and goo on the asphalt. Eidolon looks at the remains of Norman Osborn and moves his hand quickly to clean the thing. To the onlookers, it appears that he is dispersing the villain's ashes on the wind and giving him a funeral better than what he deserves. But while maintaining a somewhat sad face and giving a sigh of regret, Eidolon thinks, good riddance. Later, after talking with the police and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Eidolon says goodbye and moves to the top of a building to watch the procedure and people's reactions. I didn't expect him to become his ultimate universe version, he thinks while taking out a syringe and crushing it with his palm. From the moment Eidolon landed in New York to stop the Green Goblin, everything went according to his plan. When Hector decided that Norman Osborn is the unlucky villain that would have his license to live revoked, he thought about the best way to do it. His Green Goblin persona is probably the most hated person in the world, so he wants to use that as a precaution for the future. In the Marvel world, it is common for people to come back from the dead. Now, even if he really resurrects, Norman Osborn's public image is forever stained. Even if he comes back, he would come to what? He would have nothing. Thinks. One of the most annoying things about Norman is that in the comics he has too much political influence. He was director of S.H.I.E.L.D., creating H.M., mayor of New York, leader and founder of the Dark Avengers, creator of the Thunderbolts. The guy is annoying as Lex Luthor with his political maneuvers. So to prevent that, Hector concocted a plan at that time when he decided to end the bastard. First, he would wait for the guy to present himself. He needs the Green Goblin. After engaging in combat with the villain, he would buy time for someone to arrive and arrest him. Thus he mocked and played with Norman earlier. He timed his big reveal of the identity of the villain, so that the public could see it and that no one could control the news. As expected, the authorities wanted the custody of Norman. Even if they let Eidolon take him, the plan would be complete, because the identity of the Green Goblin was revealed. Then, Eidolon would need to simply kill the bastard secretly. And if someone in the future asks for him, Hector would make a clone or doppelganger, someone shape-shifting on the guy to appear. Would be very useful to control Oscorp. But the plan continued normally, moving towards the grand finale of the public execution. You see, while Eidolon grabbed Norman by the neck, he injected him with the drug trigger. Modified by him, and even using the MGH that he discovered to make the thing more effective. So, Norman's rampage is orchestrated by Hector himself. The trigger gives a boost to power with the downside of failing cognitive abilities. Hector wants Norman to put the final nail in the coffin of his public image with his own hands. And it's easy to deal with a brute. Even if Norman became too strong, Hector placed nanobots that would fry his nervous system at command. He only would need to use a certain magnetic pulse with his power to activate the nanobots. And also, the dosage is so strong that Norman's body couldn't cope with the increase in power. Norman was destined to die at the moment that he is injected. And even if he somewhat endured, there's a clone of Eidolon, invisible and ready to use Setsuna Tokage's power to divide his body, and make his detached and invisible hand float discreetly and touch the Green Goblin and use decay. Is checkmate in the instant that Norman decided to wear his goblin costume today. Now, one of the most dangerous men was dead. His company will have his name dragged into the mud. Hector will be able to observe to confirm that people are resurrected here without any logic. He even prepared the public for the idea of a villain dying and being killed. A little bonus. He can hear people claiming that they would be better if Eidolon had killed him from the beginning. Some people are hurt. Some agents died. Hydra agents? Hector confirmed. Hydra is infiltrated on S.H.I.E.L.D. Sigh, is it too much to hope that a fucked up plot doesn't happen? He sighs before looking at the distance. Oh, they are invading Oscorp to investigate. Let's tag along, he laughs before moving, feeling almost no guilt for what he did today. Hector POV 2 days later. Huff back to my space station, I relax. Keeping up with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation into Oscorp proved almost useless. Well, I stole some data. And I prevented S.Hi.E.L.D. from get other things using technopathy. They don't want me there, but let's say that they don't have a say on the matter. The worst? There are no spiders in the lab. Ugh, with a little investigation I discovered that in the explosion, mostly the one that transformed Norman in the Green Goblin, many things were damaged and Oscorp lost many projects. The spiders were one of them. No wonder the board of directors wanted Norman's head. Ironic that he lost the opportunity to acquire the power of his arch-nemesis, acquiring a failed power. But now, New York is with some radioactive spiders that can bite anyone and give them powers. But the headache. Is this the way that the spider family will be formed? I searched for Jessica Drew and she is a normal woman for now. I didn't find Cindy Moon. I sigh. A problem for another day. Now is the time to talk about good things. Now it's time to get gacha. Yu-Gi-Oh! Theme intensifies. Yes, a month has already passed. It was a productive month. I'm surprised that no world-ending threat appeared, but it is not every week that will appear one, right? Right? Did I jinx it? This is real life, even if it is based on fiction. I plan to raid some secret Trask secret labs, but I will do it later. I'm monitoring them. And sincerely, would be even better if they try to move. It's not easy to change facilities like that. Would make them vulnerable. But I can feel that the Eidolon threat is keeping them on edge. But at the same time, they are incredibly arrogant and don't think that they will be discovered. The world still thinks that I'm a brute that only punches things. Now, time for the gacha. Today will be only general gacha. Maybe one of anime. But I want to know more about the essence, about all the possibilities. And it's not gonna happen if I only buy specific things. Let's go. What music do I put on? Let's go with Eminem's Superman. 40 cards. The first batch of 10. General, Ping 1 Chun-Li, Street Fighter. My knees became weak. Oh Essence. Are you testing me? Take deep breaths. All weebs know. In the world of games, there are some great wonders. And Chun-Li's thighs are one of them. 2B ass is another, by the way. There are more polygons on 2B ass than in some games. Okay, she is a potential summon. She is Chinese and a police officer, right? Or an investigator. Never cared about the plot of Street Fighter. Honestly, I'm surprised that I didn't win Blanca. Next to Ice, a song of ice and fire air. A little too low level for me now, but I have a collector's spirit. So it's okay. Would be nice to have all sort of fiction in my collection. General Grievous style. 3 movie travel ticket, low level / 1 month. Oh, I have one of these. Wait a minute. The one that I have, there's no time limit? So that means that I secretly gained an OP card and don't know about it because I had nothing to compare it to. Damn, I almost used it. The other card allows me to stay during the duration of the plot. If I choose well, I can maybe stay for years. And is any movie? I need to think about it later. For Lasso of Truth DC Comics, well, a piece of bondage equipment. This thing is pretty durable, right? Can be useful. 5 power boost card. Oh, finally a power boost card. Good. 6 power boost card. Well, more, it's always welcome. 7 power boost card. 8 power boost card. Okay, you can stop now. But power boost cards are not a loss, so I'm not really mad. 9 Flora Colossus, customizable. Marvel. Oh, a Marvel card. It's not Groot. Is all Flora Colossus a Groot? I never read Guardians of the Galaxy comics. The card is saying that I can choose what type of tree he would be. I need to choose a cool one. Hello. So give suggestions as to what type of tree our Flora Colossus will be. I'm divided between a simple oak, Carvalho means oak in point/BR, cherry blossom, yes, anime style, or some of that white cool trees. Give suggestions. Now the last of the batch. 10 Shadowcon Allegiance, Jackie Chan Adventures. What? I read the description. The user will have his own pocket Shadowcon realm, capable of summoning Shadowcon soldiers. With time, the number and type of Shadowcon will increase. This is surprisingly good. I'm a discounted Sung Jin Woo now. I remember this cartoon. These ninjas could go toe-to-toe with Jackie Chan himself, so they can be useful as minions. I liked it. Let's continue with another general gacha. 1 Killer Rabbit of Carbanig Monty Python and the Holy Grail. What a terrifying animal. This creature can't be released into the world. This monster needs to be sealed forever. 2 Weakness Removal card. 3 Eishi Tsukasa, Shokyuchi no Somahage. I can summon him to Helena's restaurant. His personality is okay too. 4 Power Boost card. 5 Power Boost card. Whatever, I don't care anymore. 6 Cassandra Ginglitzy Comics. Oh, nice. A sidekick. Cassandra Cain is the best fighter of the Bat family, even Batman himself admitted it. He would win in a fight probably because of the difference in bodies, muscular mass and others' advantages. But is said that she is maybe the best hand-to-hand combatant of the DC universe. And if I give powers to her, I look forward to it. 7 Power Boost card. I accept it. 8 Ultimate Echo, Sun Erosion. Ben 10 Alien Force. Whoa. So I can really gain aliens, huh? HM, and thanks to the alt form mechanic I can assimilate him. He is strong. I just received another useful power set. 9 Power Boost card. Yes, give me more of these. 10 Beowulf, Devil Arm. Devil May Cry 3. Okay, stop. This is good. Very good. It's not Yamato, but it's good. Holy attribute? Useful against demons? Excellent, excellent. And the power level is great too. DMC Universe is a high-level place. This item could be strong even here on Marvel. I think I will try some anime gacha. I received some power boost cards. Let's see if I can gain an Isekai protagonist. I still want magic. 1 Toyota Sprinter Trueno GT Apex, AE86, Initial D Ha. Great. Classic. That's a thing that I never knew that I wanted to gain until now. It's come with the documents? I will check later. 2 Nikiri Ase Shokyuchi no Soma, another cook? Maybe I should assimilate this one. He is good. And don't hurt to learn new things. 3 Power Boost card, always useful. 4 Bruno Bucciarati Jojo, Via Arrivederci. I can summon him and copy the power of his stand. He is a gangster with morals. But these clothes, they have to go. 5 Anime travel ticket, low level / 1 week, always good. But only 1 week? Give me another of a higher tier. 6 Anime travel ticket, middle tier / 6 months, Did you listen to me? Give me Raven from DC? 7 Hanma Yujiro, Baki okay, the essence is messing with me. I ask for a cute goth girl and receive a mountain of muscles. But Yujiro is an excellent assimilation and summon. Is it redundant now that I already assimilated Luther Strode? But the Hanma bloodline can be useful. It's like a Scion Zenkai, right? Yujiro is always getting stronger. So passively evolving is a good thing. Roger, One Piece I already learned all forms of hockey. But he is stronger than Odin. Now I'm in a difficult situation. I wish I had won him before Odin. TSK I would have given Odin's card to Siko. I will think about it later. 9 Weakness removal card Me 10 Tsunade Senjunudo. Finally a shinobi. Tsunade. I look at her picture. Her huge badonkers. Another one of the great wonders of the weeb world. I sigh. Putting my chin above my 2 interlocked hands I pray. I pray for forgiveness. My fellow webs. Sorry, but I'm about to sin. I will assimilate Tsunade. Ugh. Chakra is not like Nen. Or is it? But Tsunade has many useful things. Hashirama lineage. Uzumaki lineage too. Maybe I can awaken Mokutan using her. I will assimilate her. Let's finish with a general gacha. 1 Agent 47, Hitman useful. I can use him in this world easily. 2 Power Boost card yeah? 3 Shade, Shadow Cloak. The King Killer Chronicle I remember this book. It's a nice read. And this cloak. Is the cloak woven by a fae using shadows and moonlight? How cool was that? Time to upgrade my mantle. 4 Power Boost cards, send as many as you can gacha. I love it. 5 Avatar, The Legend of Aang, Book 3. Oh, another female assimilation. Finally, I can get in touch with my feminine side. Wait, so I can grow braids now using the alt form. I don't want to go in this rabbit hole. 6 Power Boost card, don't care. 7 Background customization card X03, always good to have. 8 Power Boost cards, seriously thinking about upgrading power manipulation now. I have plenty. 9 Background customization card X04 Arc. Why do I gain this thing in batches? Now I'm depressed. Last one. Halo 4. Jackpot. Fucking jackpot. Wait. I stayed up all night configuring my AI to receive Cortana like that. Come on gacha. AI is always on the beginner package. It's always come something only when you don't need it, right? Typical gacha. Hello there. Big chapter. Fun fact, the gacha should have been in the next chapter, but I squeeze here. Yeah, the time is progressing faster. I want to say some things, but I will let to another chapter. I'm lazy. Bad news, in 2 weeks there's a huge chance of not having chapters. End of semester / year, you know. Things are crazy here. but I'm thinking in updating some extra chapters to help with your guys' fix. Small things will be fun. Bye to maybe in 3 weeks? Who knows? Extra. The interview, part 1. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. As you can see, I'm not dead. Chala, the Black Panther? Author's note. Well, look what we have here. If isn't me the author. Should I start saying that I'm sorry? But I'm not really sorry. I mean, I'm sorry for the delay. But I needed the break to focus on my life. Exams, thesis, and many other things. After this, I was dragged down to a vacation very far from my PC. Returned after the new year, but I still needed time to myself. So this is the reason. Also, as some readers deduced, I'm from Bahia. In turn, Brazilian joke. Now, many of you must be wondering about this extra chapter. Well, while I'm on vacation, while I don't want to think about complicated plots, I still like the story and started writing on my phone this thing here without much thought and relaxed. Damn, writing on the phone suck. I needed to change the language of my phone keyboard to English. I also discovered that I have no self-control and this little side story surpassed 30,000 words. Yeah. So, this side story is basically an interview to solidify Idolan's image to the public of Marvel. I think is a good extra. Many of you must think is unnecessary, but this interview will have some seed of future plots and interactions with Marvel characters. I think that can still be fun. Is just a light and relaxed chapter. Is also useful to allow me to get back in shape for writing. So this week will go like that. There are 3 parts to this interview. There's a limit to how many words a chapter can have here in web novel. I will release the parts today, Wednesday and Friday. And then on Sunday the real 45th chapter. And we are back to normal. Enjoy. Reader, author, please come back. We want a new chapter full of plots and development. Pawn Star author, the best I can do is a big extra chapter explaining some things. Take it or leave. Third person POV, it's starting. Kitty Pryde, aka Shadowcat, screams to her fellow residents of the mansion. Tone down, Kitty. The kids are already sleeping. Aurora, a Storm, admonishes her. Kitty mouths sorry, sheepishly. While the two are talking, the rest of the people arrives in the living room. There's the professor of the institute, the main team of the X-Men, and the others a little too young. In the age group below 15 years, and those who, despite being the same age as Jean and the others, is part of another group. After all, a team with many people is too problematic to handle, for now, so there's a secondary team that only train and does simulations. The one more young don't ever do battle simulation. It's okay, Earl. It's natural for her to be excited. Professor Xavier says, smiling as he arrives in his characteristic wheelchair. Yeah, this is a big moment for all of us. Hank McCoy says while fixing his glasses. Big moment? This is freaking huge. Kitty exclaims but corrects herself in the middle of it after a look from the teachers. For the first time in history, a Meta will give an interview on national television. She says, international, Jean corrects, even with a little delay, other channels have permission to broadcast it too. Internet too. Jubilee adds, okay, let's watch in silence now. This could be a game changer. Professor Xavier says, making everyone focus on the TV. Is Reed not coming? Ben Grimm, the Thing, asks Susan Storm while she arrives on the living room with a slightly annoyed face. In addition to Ben, the room has Alicia Masters, Ben's girlfriend, and Johnny Storm, the Human Torch. No. He said that he is in an important moment of his portal project. He will watch in his lab while working. She says while slapping Johnny Storm's leg away to make room to there to sit. Too bad. I almost don't see the guy if I do not drag him off the lab. Ben comments, chugging down a beer. No wonder he already has white hair at 30 years old. Johnny comments, heating a pan with his hand and making popcorn. Shoo. Is starting. Susan says while turning up the TV volume. Good night, Aunt May. We are gonna watch the interview in my room. Peter Parker says to his old aunt on the top of the stairs. Thanks for letting me stay, Aunt. Ned nods to her while carrying food in her arms. Alright, boys. I won't be able to stay up to finish watching the show anyway, so tomorrow you let me know how it went. The kind old woman says to them. Yes, it's the old version of Aunt May, you degenerate. When the interview was announced, Ned proposed that he go have a sleepover at Peter's house. He also invited Gwen, but it was not possible for obvious reasons. But they will chat via group chat, video call, on their phones. Dude, what do you think they will talk about? Ned asked a little too excitedly to just a talk show. I don't know. About heroes, mutants/metas, Eidolon's personal life. Peter answers. Why you don't do an interview too? Don't ever need to be on a talk show. Go to the Daily Bugle. He suggests. Peter scoffs. Yeah, right? Jameson will call the cops at the moment that I appear. Well, you could always try to make peace with him. Or bait him in thinking that he can expose your evil deeds and in truth show the world that you're a good guy. This makes Peter think. Nah, he would probably take only the convenient parts of the interview to paint me in a bad light. Ned shrugs his shoulders. Whatever, one day you will appear on a talk show on national television. He consoles his friend, even if it is unnecessary. I want a complete focus on him. His mannerisms, expressions, everything. Nick Fury shouts in his platform on the helicarrier's command center. The agents are positioned in the studio already. Maria Hill reports at the side. Next door, Natasha Romanoff and Barbara Morse are sitting very relaxed at the table. Barbara Morse is another agent, codenamed Mockingbird. Snacks. Black Widow offers to Fury. He looks at her smirking face with his one eye, a vein almost popping off in annoyance. Obviously, it's not a big deal, but her overly relaxed attitude gets her on his nerves. His hand moves fast, taking away the bag from her outstretched hand. What snacks? Focus Agent Romanoff, you're on duty. Could happen an attack on his location at any ammo. He starts. Relax, who is stupid enough to attack Eidolon? If not, even the villains must be watching him now. She says nonchalantly while eating. Fury can only grumble at her logic. Making light of a situation. A good way to get killed. He says while eating the food all the same. And Black Widow is not wrong. All around the world, people of interest, as Hector likes to call them, are preparing to watch the interview to know a little more about the powerful hero. Captain America sits comfortably in his apartment. Emma Frost pours a drink to herself while waiting. Magneto and his followers are also waiting. Selene Galio, Doom, Blue Marvel, Wakanda, Hydra, Serpent Society and many others. On a studio of the heavily awaited talk show. The Marvel Universe version of Steve Harvey is addressing the audience. He is not exactly like his counterpart of him but is similar enough. Something that Hector observed when checking the celebrities of this universe. Wouldn't it be awkward if Robert Downey Jr. looks exactly like Tony Stark? Many celebrities are the same, mostly unrelated to the MCU, like the sport-related ones, like Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Michael Jordan, Messi and others. Also, actors that never made a Marvel movie remained unchanged. Like DiCaprio and Tom Cruise. Funny enough, Natalie Portman looks a little like Jane Foster. To Hector is a little fun seeing these people now. Technically he is in the past, but in another universe. There are some things that he can do. Help Ali with his Parkinson, and discreetly cure other athletes' career-ending injuries. He will do it? Maybe. For now he only did one thing. He left a note on Johnny Depp's pillow. Do and get close to Amber Heard. Yes, being in the past allows you to do more than buy a load of Bitcoin. Now back to the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, I know for what everyone is anxious for. The host starts making everyone cheer crazily. All right, all right. I will not take more of your time. I would like to present to you guys The man that needs no presentation, he says while gesturing to the empty air on his side of him. Please, a round of applause to the man. The greatest Eidolon, he exclaims, and a little black vortex coalesces in the air, making everyone applaud. The greatest Eidolon. Hector is equal times surprised and amused by the title. The Incredible Hulk. The Invincible Iron Man. The Amazing Spider-Man. The Mighty Thor. These editorial titles used in his other life are normal things. He didn't expect to receive the greatest as a pre-title. Not that he is complaining, it is cool at least, and not very cringe. But it makes him think if, in some place in the multiverse, some kids are watching a cartoon of his life called The Greatest Eidolon. More probably would be an Amazon series like The Boys or Invincible. He thinks while appearing on the TV program set. First, his head that was a little lowered as if he was going through a small door. As he straightens up, the rest of his body covered by the mantle starts appearing too. Then Eidolon's eyes change, using the all-seeing eyes of God. His eyes move fast across everything. He looks at every nook and cranny of the place. For some reason this made the place fall into silence. Maybe it is the fact that instinctively all the people here know that Eidolon is checking everyone, or maybe is simply the sheer presence that a man that can with one move destroy everyone present. But the mood becomes a little tense and awkward. A second later, Eidolon visibly relaxes and his eyes settle into a stormy gray color. He turns to the host and extends his hand to him. His gesture takes away a little of the heavy mood that started to build up in the room. At the same time, a woman quickly approaches carrying a microphone to Eidolon. While this happens, the people can't hear the greeting between Eidolon and Steve. Wow, he is really tall. Paige, Husk, comments to the other X-Men while seeing the assistant putting the microphone on Eidolon's waist on TV. The woman doesn't even reach his shoulder from him. She looks nervous. Warren comments, overwhelmed by fear or awe. Aurora says to the side they watch Eidolon take the thing from her hands and stick it on his belt and nodding at her gratefully. Is his mantle different? Kitty asks. It looks the same to me. Jubilee says, it looks smoky. Rogue adds, yeah. When he teleported it appears to blend with the mist, but now looks normal. But I'm sure that I saw that. Kitty exclaims, must be one of his zillions powers. Cecily Kincaid says, Eidolon, sit please. Steve gestures to the chair close to him and waits for the hero to sit. The scenery is very simple, 2 armchairs with a little table in front of the two. I have to say that it is an honor to have you with us here this night. After Eidolon sits, he finally says the expected words. It's okay. I'm the one that needs to thank you for giving me the chance to talk on your TV show. Eidolon says good-naturedly. He continues, and it is good that I say something from the beginning. To all your questions, I promise that I won't lie. He says seriously, I will answer only in 3 forms. The truth, I don't want to talk about it, and I'm Eidolon, he says in a joking tone. His joke makes everyone pauses for an instant before bursting out in laughs. The catchphrase, I'm Eidolon, is already famous in the world. And Eidolon's serious appearance made a funny contrast, causing humor. The previous heavy mood was instantly lighter now. So, how do you want to do this? Want to say something before I start asking the questions that the world is crazy to know? Steve says while showing the bunch of cards in his hands. You can start asking. We can develop from there. Eidolon says after thinking a little. Let's see. Steve looks at the cards and decides where to start. Why did you start doing this? You know, being a hero. What motivated you? You started very big, huh? Eidolon says with a smile, making the people chuckle. This question is too deep. Goes to my backstory and many other subtopics. He says with a hand on his chin. I will give you the simple answer for now, but ask it again later. I started this whole Eidolon thing because someone needed to do this. Mostly about the meta question. Eidolon says he continues, I need to say, I'm on this before my debut on the invasion. Secretly, you know? Searching, investigating, and even helping people secretly. Helping people secretly? Yes, like using telekinesis to save people discreetly. Or blitzkrieg some criminals. Things that people would associate as a stroke of luck or a miracle and not to me. I see. What? Why hide? Well, I believed that the world was not ready for my appearance. My existence. Eidolon confesses, I have planned to act on the shadows for some years more, but the invasion happened. The invasion happened, yes. Eidolon confirms, I couldn't help discreetly on a problem of that magnitude, so I appeared. But I think it worked for the best in the end. I could help more people now. Well, I think I can say for a lot of people now. I'm grateful that you step up on that day, Eidolon. Thank you very much. Steve says, seriously making the people applaud and cheer for the hero. It was very brave of you. And thank you for sticking around helping too. I know that many people don't appreciate it, but I do. So I need to say that. He finishes making the audience cheer even more loudly after some time of Eidolon keeping his hand up thanking the cheers. The audience subsides. Thanks for appreciating my efforts, means a lot, really. But I have to say, you call me brave. Eidolon chuckles, but I don't think myself brave. With the exception of my fight against Thor, I never took any risks. Calling me brave for taking criminals when I'm bulletproof is a little of a stretch. Brave is the cops and firefighters who really risk their lives every day. There's nothing of impressive on me taking criminal when there's no danger to myself. Kitty Pride P, he is good, he knows exactly what to say. I hear Warren's comment. You talk like he is faking it. Rogue stepped up on Eidolon's defense. Yeah, he is just being truthful. Bob Iceman adds, whoa. Calm down, people. I never said that he is using fake modesty. Just saying that he knows how to talk. Just this. Warren says, raising his hands in surrender. Well, he is not wrong. Wanting or not, Eidolon is the spokesperson of our people at this moment. So it's good that he can carry himself in a good, humble, and educated manner. The professor says, he hadn't thought that deeply. This interview is much more than a simple presentation of the hero Eidolon. Anyway, even if it's easy for you, you still dedicate your time and efforts to help, and that's enough. The host talks. At least it appears that this guy is not an anti-mutant, so this interview must go without any problems. Eidolon must have chosen him because of that. Stop it. You can't see, but you're making me blush under the mask. Eidolon says to laughs. He looks like a cool dude. Spike says, when he is not beating us, I mean. Ha. Yeah, he gives that vibe of unapproachable till you know him. Jean comments, haha. I can see what you mean. I comment, bringing my attention back to the TV. I hear the host touch on the most important topic to us. You said something before about the meta question. Do you want to talk about it now? Well, it's a good start. Eidolon says before straightening a little more on his chair, metahumans is what I call all the people with powers independent of the nature. But right now is only a substitute for the terms mutants and Homo superior, Eidolon explains. Why is only a substitute for now? And why metahumans? How did you come up with this idea? The host asks, well, mutant is too derogatory and Homo superior too arrogant. He says, there is nothing of superior in us. We are humans with meta abilities. Nothing less and nothing more. He continues, the Homo superior thing comes from the theory that everyone will have powers in the future so that we would be one step ahead. But is a little of a stretch, and I will explain it later. And does this term only cover mutants? Excuse me, is offensive to call you mutant. Steve asks with a frown, first, don't be afraid of asking anything. You can speak freely, Steve. I'm not easily offended. And about your questions? Not everyone wants to be identified as a meta. Beyond mutants there are mutates, like the Fantastic Four, enhanced like Captain America and even Inhumans. And people that gain power through other means like technology, magic, alien parasites. The Inhumans. Yeah, they live on the moon. Have powers too. Continuing. Eidolon brushes off and continues like he has not released shocking news. I would like that the term metahumans to envelop all these people, to stop distinction and discrimination between them. You don't find it weird the ridiculous amount of hate that someone receives for being a mutant? But if you're a mutate, out of nowhere everything is good. Now that you're talking about that, only now they're thinking about it? People are really easily brainwashed. Scott comments, yeah, there are a bunch of reasons for that. But back to the whole nomination thing. Some people simply don't want to be lumped together. Prefer to still be called mutate, enhanced, or whatever. And I can't force them either. So because of that the term metahuman only substituted the term mutants. For now. Baxter building metahuman is so much cooler than mutate. I will start calling myself that from now on. Johnny comments, who comes with the mutate thing anyway? Ben asks, Reed, but is the term used by the military and government, remember? Susan says while watching the TV. Kitty Pride you asked before if it's offensive to call me mutant. I can answer for myself. I don't care. I know that metahuman is a new term, many people don't know and don't mean to say it in an offensive way. So I could particularly excuse it. Eidolon looks at the host to continue, I will explain. Steve, you're a black man. Okay? I'm not trying to offend you. It's a fact. Steve jokes while looking at his skin, so, I'm a mutant. It's a fact. Is the way you deliver the word. Simply as that. I see. But there's an offensive variant word to mutants. Mutie. Is it like the N-word to you guys? I think I read something about this on the internet. Steve asks curiously, maybe we as a race? By the way, I don't like to use the word race or my people to refer to us, because I think it divides us even more. But there are no better words. So, as a race, we don't have such a huge numerical tragedy that black people have in their history. We suffered a lot. For a long, long time. But it is strange to put mutie at the same level as the N-word. Eidolon continues, the problem with the word mutie is that it's used by the extremist people that lynch and kill the metas. So, if you use it, you can be associated with these skinhead-like people. He explains. He gives an example of making the Nazi symbol appear on the air, is like the swastika. To the Buddhism is a symbol that represents peace and prosperity. But Nazism messed up with the thing, you see? So is always associated with them. I understand. It's become bad because it is used by bad people while they do bad things, Steve says. Exactly, Eidolon points at him in approval. Makes sense. We already call ourselves mutants, so it's not really an offensive term. Mutie on the other hand always found it distasteful, Bobby Drake says at my side. The way that is talked is a huge factor too. Jean adds her 2 bits, agreeing with Eidolon. Focusing back on the TV, I see Eidolon continuing his thoughts. There are 2 big myths about metas, mutants, that I need to disprove. First of all, we are not the inherent evil that we are painted to be. Tell me, Steve, when did a mutant ever hurt you? Or someone that you know? Eidolon asks, looking at the host. Never. In truth, you're the first one that I ever talked or I'm this close. That I know, at least. So where all this hate is coming from? Is such an easy conclusion that is almost silly that no one talked about this before. Eidolon says while gesticulating with his hands, I will tell the absolute truth now. You guys are simply brainwashed to hate mutants. Eidolon stops to see the audience's reaction. His statement is met with silence. Don't believe in me, huh? It's natural. No one ever thinks that is being manipulated. That is how manipulation works. I look around, the people here are wearing serious faces. The individual is smart, but the mass is dumb. He says, it is an old tactic to create a common foreign enemy to unify people. Very used in wars, and in many ideological conflicts. Was used against the communists, Muslims? Everyone always exclaims that the other side is much worse than it really is. Dehumanize the enemy to make it easy to kill them. Eidolon says, seriously, recently I uncovered the workshop plot, or the meta factory as how the people are calling it. Now let me ask. Eidolon looks around seriously, if I haven't appeared. If Eidolon never existed. Who would care if some mutants are being tortured? The politics responsible would say some excuse like they are trying to cure them, that the victims are in truth terrorists, criminals, and no one, I repeat, no one would ask, are they really? Eidolon pauses to let the thought sink in. And I don't doubt that. Even seeing the torture installations, people wouldn't have cared. I think some people would be glad that the filthy mutants are being taken care of. Powers. Eidolon attracts the attention again. Are viewed as an amazing thing. Everyone wants to have powers. So you all really think that rich and influential people haven't tried to acquire them? To themselves? To make soldiers? Captain America is the living proof that they're trying to do it for at least 60 years. Eidolon points to some direction that could be where Washington, maybe. Where people think that Captain America is staying. So are you saying that this whole anti-mutant propaganda is to desensitize people to whatever cruelty would be committed against you guys? Steve asks, and these guys are also afraid that we would upset the status quo too. They're used to being on top, above everyone is everything. So you can imagine how much they fear that one day someone strong as me decides that wants to change the world or take their place. So they instill their fear in you guys too. Let's be honest. What does someone powerful like me gain from hurting normal people? The people stay in silence. They always preach that we metas can read your minds, invade your homes, kill your family. Pfft. Your mind is not that interesting. A bank is a better target to rob, and if someone wants to hurt you, they can do it with a knife. Eidolon argues, makes sense. The host agrees. Mutants are the first and most recognizable group to be the target. Sincerely, I wouldn't give 5 years for mutates. Start to be hated too. Ah, the Skrulls also have their hidden agenda. Eidolon comments casually, Skrulls? Skrulls. I hear the people here asking confused too, Skrulls. Race of shapeshifters, aliens that invade planets taking the place of influential people. Many mutants can easily identify them with their powers, so they make us the enemy of humanity to make their invasion easy. Eidolon talks about this a little too casually. Yeah, shocking. I will talk about them later too, when I explain galactic politics. Remember of asking. Eidolon points to the host, is he serious? Jubilee asks, I don't think that he would joke about that. And an alien invasion just happened. Jean comments, so we are like an impediment to an alien invasion and because of this we are ostracized? Scott asks, this is probably just one of many factors. I feel that Eidolon is not talking about everything. Dr. McCoy says. In another place, many disguised aliens think the same. He knows? Back to Kitty P. Are you seriously not going to talk about this now? Isn't this serious? Steve asks a little flustered, Rax, I'm here, but I can say something to them. Eidolon suddenly turns serious and looks at the camera. There's still time to get out. Damn, he is not even talking to me. I get shivers down my spine. The dude is scary as fuck. What? If you say so. You're talking before about? The host changes the subject. Even he is a little intimidated. The other myth about metas, that we all have great superpowers, and that we are a danger to society. Blah blah. Eidolon says, the truth is far from that. Obviously, the strong ones like me and Magneto have more visibility, but most of the metas have powers that don't make them so different from the other humans, advantage-wise. It's not like every meta can do anything without consequences. The cases of murder and lynching of the targets are the proof of this. We wouldn't be beaten by 4 thugs with clubs if every one of us is so powerful. but is always conveniently ignored by media, right? Let me explain the meta power levels. First, us metas don't make an annual convention to decide that. Eidolon jokes, but there's a consensus in using Greek letters, so I personally classify into 7 levels. This is my own classification. He waves his hand and a hologram appears in the air showing a huge pyramid. In the bottom and the most common are the Zeta level targets. These are the ones that have the metagene dormant and haven't awakened their powers. It is estimated that 1/3 to half of the population of the planet has the metagene. You can have it, Steve. Or your wife and maybe your children and grandkids could awaken their meta abilities. Is one of the reasons that is dumb to discriminate against us. There's a large chance of you being us too. I didn't know about that. Is it because of this that the guys try to torture people to make goals? Steve asks, yes, a huge part of the awakenings happens in moments of distress. So they tried to replicate it using torture. We, the humans, as a species have the potential to have powers. This is one of the reasons that Bruce Banner doesn't die from radiation. And the Fantastic Four too. Eidolon then looks at the camera, but please, don't go seeking powers. Ugh, there are so many factors like compatibility and other things. You have 50% chance of dying on the spot and can awaken bad powers too. And I will go explain more now. Eidolon points to the pyramid again. In the second place from the bottom, there's the Epsilon level metas. And their powers are detrimental. Eidolon says, detrimental? Yes, as an example I know a guy whose power is make him have a bird physiology. But only the disadvantages. Seriously, he can't fly. His appearance changed greatly. His bones are weak. There's another girl who has a severe case of photophobia. That's it, that is her power. Suffer under sunlight. Damn, I never would know. Yeah, it's very common. Many of these die on the spot. At the moment they awaken their powers. Some die too when their powers are too strong, by the way. This can happen too. Wow. Yes, it's a lottery. I'm one of the lucky ones. Little in size, continuing. Above the Epsilon level there is the Delta level. These ones awaken their powers and changed absolutely nothing that matters. Maybe their skin color changed, maybe their ears became pointy, or their hair grow on the entire body. These small things, you know? Things that wouldn't give them an edge. Steve says, yes. The problem is when their appearance changes are too obvious and make them become ostracized. No chance to integrate themselves in society ever again. Eidolon sighs. By the way, these levels that I talked about, together with the one that I will explain now, the gamma level makes up more than 60% of the mutant population. Just to you to see how things really are. I can see now. Please continue. It's very enlightening. I've never, ever heard that stuff. The host talks. The gamma level is where we start gaining some advantages. But it is still little and sometimes with disadvantages and great changes in appearance. Why changes in appearance? So that our bodies can cope with the powers. Power level wise, a gamma level can do things on small scales. Now with the beta level things became interesting. Now these have strong powers, but many times they have drawbacks, conditions, restrictions, or the users can't turn them on or off. A beta level is Captain America and above. Most of the betas have powers that can't exteriorize too much. Like super regeneration, super intelligence, or doing things in small ranges. Just a little above the gammas. Eidolon points to the top of the pyramid. The word alpha appears in second place. Now this is the elite. The strongest ones like you, huh? Steve asks. More or less. These ones have great powers and no drawbacks. The changes in appearance would not cripple them, only give advantages. Lady Jade and Makia are on this level. Destructive power to raise cities to the ground. Cities? Steve asks shocked. So, are you on this level? Eidolon looks at him with a strange look. No. I'm an Omega level meta. He makes the word appear on the top of the pyramid. Omega level is the absolute apex of the metas. Unlimited potential. Destructive power ranges from continental level to planetary. When the powers have a destructive nature, of course. Planetary? Steve asks Mouth Agape. Yes, I can see your confusion. My fight with Thor affected only New York. But it is because we hold back. Even mind-controlled, Thor doesn't want to hurt innocent people, and I think he was in a weakened state too. On my side, I don't want to hurt him so bad. I see. There's many of these Omega level? The host asks. Still shocked, Eidolon raises his hand showing 2 fingers, something around 20 in the world. Well, if we count the mutates and others, it should be more on the same level. Do you know some of them? As I said, we don't make a convention of people with power or have a group chat. But I know some. We could make a group chat of metas. Would be cool. Spike comments, but Roro shush him. The Hulk would be an Omega level in our terms. Magneto is one. I recently met an Omega level telepath. There's another that has Omega level cryokinesis and another with Omega level atmokinesis, and the list goes on. He is talking about us. I exclaim. I even need to visit them again. But I was so busy lately. Eidolon idle comments while putting his chin on his hand. Would it be okay to visit this week? He asks apparently to himself. Oh God, yes. Would be super cool. Jubilee exclaims, all right, I hope that I won't impose too much. He says on the TV. Okawe, this is weird. Did he answer you? Paige asks with her eyes wide. It's a coincidence. Warren says a little uncertain. I look around and see the shocked face of the people. Eidolon, are you hearing us? Jean decides to take matters into her own hands and ask. Eidolon is intensely looking at the camera. It appears that he is looking directly at us. Maybe, he says, creeping me out. Fuck. No way. Everyone received a jump scare. I can see Eidolon chuckling on the TV. This guy can hear us. Damn, super senses. Fuck, did he hear everything we talked about him? Damn, I'm totes ashamed now. What was it? I hear Steve asking nothing. He just messing with some acquaintances. Is so easy to predict their train of thoughts. Eidolon says, chuckling. He is messing with us. But his timing is too good. Is just a coincidence. Eidolon, Rogue has a big crush on you. I say, to verify, Kitty. Rogue exclaims, embarrassed, but Eidolon on the TV doesn't react and continues to talk with the host. Asterisk huff asterisk, so he is just predicting what we would talk. It's not hard to know that we would be watching. Jubilee says. But I'm still not sure. Eidolon talked a little with Steve, answering some obvious questions until he goes to a topic that I don't know. Beyond power level, I also classify the metas on types based on the nature of their power. I think me and my group are the ones that used this type of classification. Eidolon waves his hand again and another huge hollow board appears. For now, there are 10 types of powers that I would like to explain. Just saying from the beginning, metas can be a part of 2 or more groups. One is not excluding of another. The names are mostly self-explanatory. Using English, the most popular language on the planet, I divide the metas in. On the board, a name appears. Brute, this is new. First, the most common of superpowers. The upgrade on your physical attributes. The Brute is someone who excels in physical strength, durability, healing factor, these things. The Hulk, the Thing, and Machia are the best examples of this classification. But the Hulk and Spider-Man, thanks to their enhanced leaping abilities, can be considered movers too. Eidolon makes the word appear on the board together with the explanation. Movers have the power to move themselves and others with their powers. Teleports, flight, and even the simple capability of jumping very high thanks to their physical strength can classify someone as a mover. As a subclass, if you want to say it that way. Then there's the Shakers, people that can affect the world around them in many ways. Magneto is a shaker, invisible woman too. Blasters have some sort of energy or matter projection. Can emit from simple fire to concussive blasts, lasers, or like the corrosive green fire that Lady Jade can create. And not only energy, water, acid, spike, bones. Create and blast matter too. Next, we have the strikers, people that need to touch someone as a condition of activation of their powers. Like you, Rogue. You're a striker, I say to my friend, and Scott would be a blaster. Bobby adds, Colossus a brute. I'm a blaster too. Jubilee comments, so I must be a mover? Think. Kurt is one absolutely. I say we hear Eidolon continuing. This classification is interesting. Changers can alter their bodies in many ways. Turn in another material, shapeshift, became an animal or a hybrid. Mr. Fantastic is a changer, and Mystique, the follower of Magneto too, by the way, so Colossus would be a changer too, together with being a brute. What comes first? Spike says, probably changer, because he can only gain his strength and durability after becoming metal. Paige says, I'm a changer too. She adds, thinker is where I put everyone that has some sort of mental power together. Telepathy is the most common example. And what the Skrulls are most afraid of. And master. Eidolon makes a pause. For a time I put the masters together with the thinkers, but eventually I make a classification just for them. Masters have the power to control others. Yeah, very scary. Horrible power. I have some questions. Steve says, let me finish, and you ask. Eidolon says, making Steve nod. Then we have breakers, tricky ones. They can break reality or natural law, making them don't be affected by these things or changing them at their whims. Someone with the power of luck? Yes, the power of having good luck is a thing. People that can alter probability, change the fundamental forces of the universe and rewrite basic concepts. Intangibility is a breaker power. Just to inform you, that is not that they are always overpowered. Oh, so I'm a breaker. I say out loud. Well, if you think about it, phasing through matter is pretty much bullshit, even if it's simple. Jean adds at my side. I'm rare. I laugh, making them roll their eyes, and then the last but not least, my classification. This makes everyone perk up. Eidolon class. Can only be. Trumps. The most rare class. They have powers that affect other powers. Eidolon reveals something everyone already guessed. They can enhance, suppress, detect, copy, create and steal powers. Oh, Rogue. You're a Trump too. I exclaim, combining with Eidolon. I mouth to her silently, making her avert her eyes. Are you gonna talk about your powers? Steve asks hopefully. Nope. Business secret? You guys can only guess. Eidolon says, cheapsteak. Everyone knows that he can copy, create or steal powers. No one knows all of his powers. So why all this secrecy? How many powers you have? Steve asks. I can hear Jean say at my side, here it comes. She is already smiling. Yes, she says at the same time as Eidolon on the TV, and laughs. The audience and the host laugh too. Typical Eidolon. Now I think that I shed some light on metas, right? He says, absolutely, I didn't know 5% of what you talked about before. Very informative. Steve says, now I can answer your question. What motivates me? He starts becoming a little more serious. I died. Eidolon says, what? I can see the shocked faces of the rest. When I awakened my power, I died. But disintegrated. Just like that. He snaps his fingers, but I didn't really die. My conscience lived even without a body. Maybe my body was destroyed because it can't handle that level of power at that time. Eidolon says, I and everyone were enraptured by his tale, is a strange sensation. I was so scared. In my young mind I thought that I died and become a ghost. It was hard to put thoughts together. I felt too much and I heard too much. I heard and felt people suffering all around the globe. That is the first sign that I was really powerful, he sighs. It is hard to relate to other people's suffering if you don't see it firsthand. Everyone knows that some people in Africa are suffering right now, but everyone just goes with their lives. But to me was different. I felt everything firsthand. I discovered that there's life beyond Earth, and that there are special people, uncovered many secrets and things that I don't understand at that time. And what has taken most of my attention is the suffering of mutants. The injustice, the evil. Maybe it's because of the nature of my powers. I'm a Trump after all. More sensitive to powers. With time, I learned to reconstruct my body. But it's a road with no return. I experienced things, my innocence was lost. I needed to do something. I couldn't just look on the other way after knowing all those things. It was then that I swore to myself one day to help my fellows metas and the world. That was the day that Eidolon was born. After he said that, the audience applauds and Steve looks impressed. Damn. I hear someone say, you could say that I was cursed with knowledge. Haha. Eidolon laughs, so that was your call to do hero work? The host asks, well, more or less. I lose my relatives to crime too. So this also inspired me. Eidolon says with an even voice. I hear and felt everyone surprised to the revelation. I'm sorry to hear that. The host, don't be. It's okay. At that time I don't think that I would do hero work per se. I was just thinking about helping the metas, and changing the bad view that the world has of us. So I create my group. And then one day it happened. Eidolon's eyes looks distant. I was too inexperienced. He says, and the silence continues. The host doesn't say anything else. But it appears that Eidolon is made of sterner stuff, and he continues, I haven't talked about my group yet, right? Your group? That's one of the many questions that I plan to ask you later. Are you part of the Avengers? Steve says, probably thankful to be able to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Nope. I have my own group, the SCP. He makes a symbol appear on a hologram in the air. Being part of the Avengers brings some annoying situations, so do things on my own. SCP stands for what exactly? Secure, contain and protect. Secure dangerous objects so that they don't fall into the wrong hands, like what happens with the dodecahedron. Contain evil targets. And protects everyone. Eidolon explains, that's my primary objectives. It's a good philosophy. Yeah, but what I really want is that finally everyone would be treated with the respect and dignity that was deserved by all. Eidolon says and sighs, we are a young planet. But we have so much potential. But potential alone can't protect us from the many dangers out there. Can we imagine that there are many and great dangers out there? On the universe. Maybe a cosmic giant will attack Earth now and kill us all. Eidolon says and stops, as if waiting. His posture makes everyone hold their breaths and wait too. 1 second. 2 seconds. Well, it appears that we are still lucky. 2. He laughs, allowing everyone to breathe again, but everyone was still a little nervous. We metas. We are humans too, we can help so much. If just we are allowed to do that. We could fix climate problems, restore the ice on the poles, replant forests, cure diseases. Heck, do you want me to put a space station in orbit saving billions of dollars that can be used for other things? I and many others can do that. Eidolon exclaims heatedly before going serious, but I'm not doing it. He frowns. I will not help in the development of the planet while my people are exploited. We hide. Because if we help, our reward would be being strapped to a cold table and be open apart. Not everyone is strong as me, or has my resources to protect themselves. If there's not a collective understanding, we can't progress. Eidolon laughs sadly. This is the reality, people. The number of metas, mutants, is very little. 2 million. Most of them have no great advantages over you. Do you think that we really want to hurt you? We could already do that. In the end, the strong ones simply live their lives, because helping is simply not worth it. And they're not evil to hurt you all. Just normal people with powers. I repeat, this is the reality. More and more metas will be born. Will be your sons and grandsons. They will awaken their power completely unprepared. They could unintentionally hurt you, themselves. We need to unite. How much good could we do together? He shakes his head. One day. He pauses. One day a super strong Omega level will awaken his power. He will be treated like shit. And he will want revenge. There's a saying in Africa, the kid that is not loved by his tribe will burn it down to feel its warmth. What if one day someone that fear nothing, that has nothing to lose decides to end it all? Eidolon looks around seriously. There's a meta that I know. That his power is, he explodes himself. That's right, he can blow himself up. One time. And then he dies. The destructive scale of his power of it is the level of 100 kilograms of TNT. But what if some meta that was tortured in one of Theseus' lab awaken a power like that? But on an Omega level, planetary scale? Look, I understand that you fear us. It's normal. Everyone would fear someone with a gun. But we haven't chosen to born like that. And if someone wants to hurt you, they can hurt you anyway. We can make a better world. Everyone. I'm here trying to show you all the possibilities. To the normal people and to the metas too. I can understand that it is hard to trust each other. But can you guys try to trust me on this? And if you don't believe in my words, trust in my actions. Keep watching me. I will show everyone that the future that I envision is possible. He finishes and damn, he's cool. This guy is so cool. Jubilee say my thoughts, what he said makes sense. If we work together, sigh. The professor comments with a wistful sigh, we could jump centuries in progress. Even more, if all the world-class genius works together. Dr. McCoy adds, a pity that the world can't accept us. Scott says, but with Eidolon taking the front, someone needed to do this first step. So is this what he is doing? If we just wait, nothing will change. Jean comments, and I can almost see the jab to the professor in her words. Well, she is starting to disagree with the professor in the super passive instance. But she understands the dangers too. While I watch the audience applaud Eidolon words, I wonder if Eidolon can really do it. Thinking a little, I can't help but be affected by his word from him and start to be filled with hope. Suddenly, this dream is not so far away anymore. Third-person POV. With these words, Eidolon finally put everything out. He is surprised that no one tried to cut the transmission of the TV show. He is almost expecting it so that he could use this act later. The seed is planted. The more open-minded people will change their views, others will start thinking and questioning things. The ones that love conspiracies will have a field day. Social justice warriors too. People that fight for the betterment of the world, and the more young and impressionable people. Only the true intolerant ones will not change their minds. But there's always be haters. Now that Eidolon said his piece of it, the TV show will progress in a more question-answer style like the deal that they made previously. Eidolon. Steve starts, I have some things to ask about what you said before. Go on. Eidolon says, boo, that master classification? Sorry, but I'm really worried. Can you explain more? If there are a lot of them, how it works and how to defend yourself from it. If it is possible to defend yourself from it. The host asks with a frown on his eyebrows, a reasonable concern. It's terrifying to think that someone can overwhelm your free will and make you do things that you would never do. Eidolon answers, masters can by some means control something. Sometimes they use some sort of hypnosis, their voice, pheromones. Recently I captured a guy that could do that. Sick bastard. Eidolon comments, usually you can resist a master's power if your will is strong enough, but normal people with this amount of willpower is rare, especially if the master is strong. Unfortunately, our system is not ready to defend against these discrete powers, so you can only trust in people like me and other heroes that can identify and stop these evil acts. Eidolon explains, fortunately, people of the master classification are rare. And it is not because they have this type of power that they will use on you. Awakening power is a lottery, not everyone is evil. Do you remember that I talked early about that Omega level telepath? Eidolon asks Steve, yes. So, if she wants she can alter the memories, minds and many other mental related things from populations of entire cities. Eidolon says gravely in the X-Men mansion, the people gave Jean a look, to see how she feels to be talked about like that. But she only frowns a little. Jean would never dash, Scott started to say but is interrupted by Eidolon that says the same, but she would never do that. I can vouch for her. Eidolon speaks giving no room for an argument. I can vouch for her. In truth, her power brings problems to her too because she is really strong and she is still inexperienced. Believe me, hearing other people's thoughts is not pleasant. I repeat, these things are a lottery. People don't choose their power and there shouldn't be judged based on their powers and appearance. I confess, telepath is one of the powers that I least like of all. Is a power that easily corrupt, is discreet and tempting to abuse of it. He sighs, but even this power can be used for good. A telepath can cure mental disorders, for example. Eidolon looks at the camera, you there, that has a parent, a loved one that suffers from autism, schizophrenia and others. There are metas out there that can help, make your loved ones have all mental faculties, see the world how it's really look like, live his life fully and without help. Eidolon sighs, but again, we can't because the world doesn't let us. Eidolon raises his hands in defeat. With the X-Men, Jean keeps looking at the TV without speaking. She does not comment, lost in thoughts, but she is feeling like she is finally seeing some light. She was always unsure of what to do in the future, but now a path is starting to appear ahead. She is not entirely sure but is a start. I talked with Thor a little and he commented about his hammer. How is a lesson from his father to him? A hammer that can destroy but can also build. Powers are like that, they can be used for good. Eidolon talks again. If society accepts metas as an important part of the whole, we could teach from childhood the importance in being responsible with power and to use for good. For now, we are learning for ourselves, alone. And many times in bad situations. We are one mishap from a tragedy. Eidolon preaches, what you say makes complete sense. I couldn't agree more. Steve affirms, no child is born inherently evil, is a fact. Someone with a master power can use his gift from her to... Let's see. Eidolon pauses to think a little, solve dangerous situation without violence. Someone is a hostage? Someone is having a neurotic/psychotic attack? They can solve it without no one getting hurt. Eidolon gives the option, showing that there's always a good side to even the more evil powers. True. By the way, I have a master power too, but only works with animals. I can talk with them. Eidolon says smiling. Really? Like Dr. Dolittle? Is this what you used at the zoo at that time? Steve asks surprised, I can't always order animals around. I can talk with them and they only instinctively know that I'm stronger and I'm on the top of the food chain. So they listen to me. Eidolon laughs, and is not a glamorous Dr. Dolittle. Most of the animals are jerks. Eidolon confess he easily changes the topic of evil powers to something more light. Seriously? But how is it? I think everyone must be curious. The host asks with a smile, well, dogs are nice, as expected. Penguins too, surprisingly. But squirrels, Eidolon shudders a little. At an unknown place, a teenage woman with short brown hair frowns while watching Eidolon talking on the TV. How so he doesn't like squirrels? You guys are great. Doreen says to her furry companions in her room. I will meet him and change his view of squirrels. If he says determinately, unaware that she is the reason that Idolin keeps himself far away from squirrels. What is the worst animal? Personality-wise. Steve asks curiously, dolphins? Idolin doesn't even hesitate, they're the worst. Seriously, stay away from dolphins. He points to the camera, really? Yeah. I would prefer to stay in a tank with a white shark than with a dolphin. Idolin comments, seagulls too. They're the worst of the birds. Ha. This I could agree. Steve say, but continuing, you talked early about changing in appearances of the metas. Why do some have these changes and not others? He asks. This goes a little deep too. Do you remember when I said that I disagree with the term homo superior? Yes. So, we have powers, we have the potential to have powers, but in many cases, our bodies fail to withstand these powers. So, in some cases, they adapt and change. Idolin explains, Lady Jade is an example. Her skin tone is a result of her power helping her to cope with herself. Obviously, in other cases, the power itself is a change in appearance, like with the Thing from the Fantastic Four. I see. And there's also the case where the changes are arbitrary and have nothing to do with the power. Can this happen? Steve asks, yes, one of my people can detect meta. And his skin is gray and he has some other extra non-related things on his body. In the X-Mansion, like you, Kurt? Sorry, but your appearance has nothing to do with your power. Spike says to his blue friend of his. In these cases, this change of appearance should be hereditary. Idolin says, hereditary? Yes, one of the parents must have these changes, so even if you don't inherit the power, maybe you will inherit some changes in appearance. Do you think this happened to you, Kurt? One of your parents must have this cool demon look. Warren says, Warren? Ferraro frowns, what? I said that's cool. It's okay, Ms. Aurora. Warren doesn't S in a bad way. Kurt say in his German accent, I'm curious too, I don't know who my parents are. The teleporter comments with a distant look this is a touchy subject, because till now most of the people in the mansion believe that Kurt has been abandoned because of his appearance, but if what Idolin said is true, one of his parents for him must look like him. So for what reason he was abandoned? And as if knowing what they're thinking, Idolin says on the TV. Obviously, to the people that the metagene is still dormant, the child could inherit the potential appearance that they should have in the case of awakening. Is not a certain rule that appearance is always inherited from direct relatives. Do your parents have powers or some change in appearance? Steve asks, and Idolin gives a look as he has touched on a difficult subject. But Idolin still answers all the same nope. Completely normal. No powers, nothing. I see. So, because of your high level, the Omega one, you don't have a change in appearance. This is not completely true. Idolin starts and pauses for a moment like he is deciding what to do. You know what? Is better to show you. He says and raises from his chair. Grabbing the front of his mantle with his right hand he takes it off in one move and OOHWIH asterisk ristle asterisk the audience, mainly the female part reacts madly to his body. He pauses. Wow, Paige says praisingly a 8-pack. Damn, I'm glad that I'm recording it. Kitty says, is like 20 Da Vinci's sculpted his body giving all of their heart and souls. Jean adds, and you, Jean? Aurora raises an eyebrow at her in a playful manner. Jean blushes a little and avoids eye contact. Tisk, your girls are so shallow, only caring about appearance. Spike says mocking Warren nods in affirmation, looks who is talking to. Are you really biting your lips, sis? Johnny asks while looking at Susan strangely, what? And no, I'm only thinking. And she stutters. Johnny narrows his eyes looking at his sister. I really can't figure out your taste on men. He says Susan can only facepalm when Ben laughs. So, I'm lucky or unlucky to be blind now. Alicia, Ben's girlfriend, makes a joke. Well, the lucky one is me. Ha, Ben laughs again while gently kissing the side of her head. Oh, nice. Bobby Morse says while looking at the screen on the helicarrier, indeed. Natasha adds, ahem. Maria Hill says too. Nick Fury looks around. Seriously? Focus, people. He says, making the women avoid eye contact. I swear to God that I will make you all work on investigating people that don't pay their taxes. Suddenly I'm not so comfortable in doing it anymore. Eidolon looks awkwardly around while holding his mantle in front of his body jokingly like a shy maiden. Please, by all means, continue. Steve laughs, our views are increasing a lot now. Mercenary. Eidolon whispers before simply throwing the mantle on his chair and continuing, this could be a little scary, gross, or weird to some. So be warned. He says he goes in a standing position, separates the feet so that they are horizontal with the shoulders and raises the forearms a little to waist level. The truth is I can change my body too. Many of my powers require body changes. But I have a really good control on it. Let me show you all. He finishes and then acts. Changes happen in his body immediately. Black angel-like wings sprout from his back, then demon-like wings, a huge scorpion tail, a turbine, some pillars where electricity runs. While one new thing is appearing, a previous change is disappearing already. Do not change last more than a second. His skin change color many times. Scales, crystals, rocks, fire, ice, wood and many other things take turns covering his body. His arms and legs change too much, claws, scythes, blades, spikes, drills appear on his body. His right arm opens up like he is a cyborg and then closes and becomes a black slime-like substance. He grows more arms too and shows some changes. The whole process is weirdly fascinating and breathtaking. To end all, his body is split into many parts that start floating in the air and then they group together in his previously sitting position. Something like this? I can change my body too. But a normal body is more convenient if I'm not using some specific power. He says calmly with a leg crossed over the other. He doesn't put his mantle back. Wow. Is the only things the host can say. With so many powers, it is obvious that some can change my body. But it's a good thing, you know? I can feel how it is to have these changes and empathize with my fellow's goal even more. Eidolon says this stunt of Eidolon is not useless. First of all, he showed no important power. From all 68 powers that he showed, most of them are obvious at first glance what they do and the rest is weak. Anyone can look at an arm covered in metal and deduce that his arm has become more resistant. This can also bring him closer to the metas with changes in appearance, which are the majority. In the end, Eidolon can be considered a very successful person, a meta in the case, so is now weird to some metahumans resent him for being so powerful and having no drawbacks. Many metas must think, how that guy can understand us? And works on the other way too. Eidolon's success will help people accept the goals with different bodies. Some people already like him, so the fact that he is not absolutely normal helps too. It's all a publicity stunt. So you can control it? The host asks, yes, but I'm an exception of the rule. I personally have incredibly good control of my body and powers, but that's me. Eidolon. He explains, you can't expect another meta with newly awakened powers to know how to use them expertly. If someone throws you in the cockpit of a plane, can you fly instantly? If you grow 2 more arms? Suddenly having the strength of 100 men? It is not easy as people think. Ayan, hello there again. I hope you guys at least like this chapter a little. So, I will utilize this space to talk about something important. All side chapters of this week will have some important author notes. Read please. Well, if you don't want, whatever too. This one we will talk about one of the pillars of this story. Powers, the many abilities of fictional characters. When I started this story I had put little thought into it. My thinking at that time is basically this, The essence gives powers from all fiction. So is better to use a big, high-level world with many types of power as a setting. Dixie? Nope. Marvel? Yep, there's magic, martial arts, technology. So no power will get out of place there. Don't you guys ever find it weird on fanfic where the setting uses, I don't know, cultivation and the MC takes out a modern weapon? I always cringed a little. So thinking about this, I choose Marvel. Nothing will be out of place here. But then there's a thing that is annoying me for some time. How to balance all this powers. I have my understanding, but many can disagree with me and still be right. And there's things that literally has no answer. I'm talking about absolute things in some universes that maybe were not that absolute in another. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an unmovable object? Can a lightsaber cut adamantium? And what about absolute powers in certain low-level unviruses like? Can Poochie reset the Marvel Universe? Dio stops the time here? Everyone would be affected? What about the range? Will low the range, like a bubble of time, stop? And I'm not even want to talk about Logias in One Piece for now. But my understanding is like that. If power comes from a low-level universe, risks used by a low-level person won't work against someone much stronger. Do you guys wouldn't find it weird if Yashikage Kira kills Thor with Killer Queen? Or Superman? During the fight of Eidolon versus Thor, many readers commented, why not use overhaul or rewind in Thor? Would that really work? Did any of you guys read the Invincible comics? Viltrumites have some sort of intrinsic field or bioaura or whatever, has been a long time since I read it, that makes them immune to molecular manipulation weaker than them. So they can't be affected by these op powers if the user is too weaker. That is my take. If a guy is much stronger, will not work. I mean, qualitatively. I can't see Thor being affected by Kilgrave pheromones. Or luck. Domino is a character with great luck. But how do you quantify luck? If Eidolon wants to kill her, her power will be enough to protect her? Sincerely, I still think no. Her luck must be good to her to gain in. Casino, make bullets miss. But I don't think if Eidolon copies her power, his gacha luck will increase or make Silver Surfer fall from his board in a fight against him. Let's have a little FO common sense. But the MC can bring the full potential of these powers thanks to the gacha. I already said that his body improved many quirks, so in the future even powers from low-level universes will be useful. In the future. For now he has a mortal body, mortal soul, mortal spirit. Everything about him is mortal. One day he will evolve qualitatively and his abilities will improve too. I always say that he is a pseudo-cosmic hero. That's what I want to talk today in the future. If you guys think, shouldn't he use that power in this situation? Isn't the author dumbing him? Nerf him? Think before if the power is really that strong, if is really necessary, or if is the best option a little. By the way, Power Boost cards were predicting this situation. I'm such a far-sighted person sometimes. Pats my own back bye. Till next time. Extra. The interview, Part 2, disclaimer, I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. If you don't take risks, you can't create a future. Monkey Luffy. Ain. Little things to address here and now. As many had already noticed, the MC is not being entirely truthful, even if he said that he would. He mixed his origin story with the Dr. Manhattan one, a good excuse if people ask themselves, how does he know so much, he is so young? When I died, truth, for the time that I was dead, I awakened my super strong cosmic senses and glimpses many truths, lie, meta-knowledge, 90% of what he said is the truth, use your own understanding of him to know when he is bullshitting. By the way, this interview is happening in the middle of chapter 45. After he summoned and used his new cards, but a little before he visited the Xavier mansion. And talking about some things that he will say in this chapter, the MC has done things Tot haven't be showed in the story. I'm talking about when he used the all-seeing eyes of God from space to check Earth. A little after this he did a little recon in many places like the Inhumans, Atlantis, Kunlun. I didn't mention it before because would be a bunch of useless info dump because is not the time of these places sagas. When the place is important of the story, don't be surprised if the MC already knows it a little. Now enjoy. I'm the only one that thought that is cool as heck? Paige says about the many forms of Eidolon, nope. I will make it a GIF and then my resting screen. Kitty says, he can be like a Lovecraftian horror. Jean comments, how many changes happening in his body? Bobby asks, I don't know, later we put in slow motion. I said before that I don't like the term homo superior. This is because I don't believe that we are very far from normal people. If we are truly another step in evolution, our bodies would adapt much more easily to the changes. Eidolon says on the ready to have powers. He says pausedly to emphasize, that is the truth. But here we are. So we need to make the best of what we have. How do you think will be the future of humanity then? Steve asks, like 1 million years from right now? Yeah, maybe. Eidolon pauses to think, if we survive. He starts to some nervous laughs from the audience. I think our genome would find the common denominator and everyone would have the same set of powers. The same package. How so? I think everyone in the future will have the same thing, like how everyone has the same limbs and 5 senses. Some would be better than others, some could be born without it in special cases, but I think there will be a pattern. Metahumans would lose their individuality. I see. So what powers do you think everyone will have? Telepathy, telekinesis, super strength and other super physical attributes. And that's it. They are the most common. There must be a reason for that. The X-Men think that makes sense, so everyone would be Jean on steroids in the future? Kitty asks, looks boring. Spike says, it's just a theory that he comes at the moment, but makes sense. On the evolutionary process, some traits overlapped others, so after many offsprings is possible that we really will have the same set of powers. Dr. McCoy says Rogue looks at the screen pondering if it's always possible to control the powers with practice. She has never made any progress, don't matter how hard she tried in the past. Even after absorbing Eidolon for a while, her body progressed ever after the effect wore off, but her control over her power doesn't change. Maybe she should ask for tips from Eidolon directly. Continuing the talk, the host touches Eidolon's mantle and comments. Sorry, but I couldn't help but be curious. Your hero costume, clothes, whatever. They're made of what? He asks, curious about my mantle? Touching it is weird, huh? Eidolon turns to Steve. Yes, is strange. He says while caressing the mantle that rests on the armchair. Well, I can brag a little. Eidolon says with a chuckle, I'm not lying by the way, but... He pauses knowing exactly what reaction his words will bring. This mantle was made from the darkest shadows of a magical forest sown by an immortal fae using starlight that escaped between the leaves. Eidolon explains without a pause. Steve just looks at him with a face that asks, Are you serious? Are you serious? Yes. Fays? Like fairies? Yes. I have so many questions. The host speaks tiredly. Ask later. Let me explain the rest of my suit. Eidolon raises his arms. This suit is a little similar to the ones used by the Fantastic Four. Is made of unstable molecules and nanobots. He adapts to my many powers and self-repairs. Because of this, he is still intact even after my transformations. Damn, that sounds incredible. I always asked myself why some of you don't use a cool armor like of Tony Stark. Well, is useless to me. The purpose of a armor is to increase your capabilities, the level of Stark ones is not enough. In truth, would restrict my capabilities, or even break easily if I go a little overboard. Eidolon says, Now I'm hurt. Tony comments jokingly while watches the interview in his lab. BZZT, an arm robot goes to touch his shoulder. There's no need to console me, Is the same principle with a gun. I can do more damage and I'm faster than a gun. So is useless. On my Thor and Hulk level is always better to use some antique weapon like a sword, club, or hammer. I see. And your face. The whole world is curious. You're so powerful and many of the other heroes don't care about secret identity. So why don't show what is under the mask? Steve gives it a try and the audience shouts on approval. Do you want me to show my face? Well, would be interesting. Steve laughs. Eidolon appears to be thinking, are you ugly? Steve asks, trying to goad Eidolon. Quite the opposite. Eidolon chuckles, happy with himself that he makes a reference. Is not a big deal to show what is under the mask. He says calmly, seriously? Steve asks, surprised. Could be this the moment? Seriously. Here, look. Eidolon grabs the top of his mask with 2 fingers and pulls it off. On the whole world, people waited, holding their breath and inclining themselves closer to their screens. Eidolon finally removes it. Here, there's another mask under the mask. He says, smiling with his eyes. A sound could be heard on the whole world at that moment. I knew it. Black Widow comments, that guy never let the guard down. This guy is like 2 universes ahead of us. Kitty says on the mansion, he is such a troll. Paige comments, who has a mask under a mask? Maria Hill on the helicarrier comments, this is something Fury would do. Are you 2 related? Natasha asks, that's it? I'm putting you to watch Stark again. Fury says, no. Natasha's face fell. Yeah, I should know that would not be that easy. Steve comments back at the studio. Ha, don't feel bad and let me explain. Eidolon laughs, yeah, many heroes don't have a secret identity. That's nice, but this shouldn't be the rule. Cartoons are right in showing heroes worried about their loved ones. Many people would step that low and not everyone lives in huge buildings full of security. I wear my mask in solidarity to all the heroes that want to maintain themselves anonymous for their own reasons. If even Eidolon wants my secret identity, let them have their secret identity too. He says and is applauded a little. Makes sense, by the way. Why don't you cover all of your face? Why only the lower half? There's a reason for it. Eidolon starts. When I started this Eidolon thing, I needed to decide my uniform. I want to cover a good part of my face, but not all. Why? He asks Steve, no idea. I want to people see that I'm human. He answers seriously, could look dumb now, but was a thing that I considered greatly in the past. First, I thought in covering myself completely. He gesticulates to his whole body. He continues, a good idea. People wouldn't know about my appearance if I'm Black, Asian, or Arab. I thought about that, to make people connect themselves with the idea of Eidolon more easily. Would be an interesting idea. Eidolon comments, with time I threw that idea out in the wind. More important than that is that people would see Eidolon as a human. I have to say, I'm not hiding and change of my body. This is me, I'm a white male. Big surprise. That's the only thing that you guys will ever get from me. Continuing, after I decide to show a little of my face, I need to choose what part to show. I choose my upper part for some reasons. What reasons? You can see that this half mask covers all my orifices with the exception of my eyes. Eidolon shows his ears, nose, and mouth that are covered. This helps me don't be infected by any substance and prevents people from getting my DNA too. I don't want to be cloned after all. Clones? This world is getting crazier and crazier. You don't know half of it. Eidolon half scoffs. Can you imagine a clone of me? Is no joke, I take this very seriously. You're right, I doing this. And your hair? Wouldn't be an easy way to get your DNA? Nah, I have taken some precautions to this. Is this your real hair? White like that? Eidolon pauses. I don't want to answer that. He says, smile. Now that we understood Eidolon's wardrobe, let me change the topic. Go on. You say something about fairies before? So, how many of these fairy tales, conspiracy theories, and myths are true? We know that Thor is real. But what more? He asks an important question, almost all of them. Idolin answers without hesitation, almost all of them? Yeah, like 95% or higher. Some stories maybe have a twist, but a very good part is real. Idolin says, "Can you give an example?" Idolin laughs. What do you want to talk about? The pantheons of gods? Atlantis? Santa Claus? The place where dinosaurs are still alive? Or about other historic figures that are secretly metas or demigods? Idolin asks like nothing of this is mind-blowing. Idolin simply stare at him. I think I will have an aneurysm. Fury puts his hand on his forehead. You're Captain. Steve finally says, no, I'm not. Really? Santa Claus? Dinosaurs? Really? Aliens? Norse gods? Portals? Idolin mimics his tone. Not so weird now, huh? This I'm going crazy here. Steve rubs his forehead. Can you talk a little about these things? Yes, just a little. Dinosaurs. Yes, they're preserved in a certain place that I will not disclose there. For their protection. I call the place Savage Land. I even want to take a T-Rex pet, but I didn't find one that was alone, so it would be a bad move to take them from there just to be my pet. The logistic would be problematic too. Why he want a T-Rex pet? Paige asks confused, why wouldn't he? Warren women. Spike sighs, hey, I'm a woman and find dinos super cool too. Kitty exclaims, receiving nods from Jubilee too. Ignoring how cool would be a dino pet. By the way, would be super cool. Dr. McCoy comments, adjusting his glasses, a place where the prehistoric biome is preserved is a huge discovery. Can you imagine all the plants and animals that we thought extinct but are still walking and breathing? Susan says excitedly to her friends, we could maybe discover cures to modern day's diseases and she can't even continue just thinking about the possibilities. I want a pterodactyl pet. To fly with me. Johnny comments, ignoring her, seriously? Is this what you're thinking right now? Seuss's huffs, I want a triceratops. Ben comments in a low voice, making Susan facepalm, while Alicia giggles, boys? A dino pet? I give up. I swear that I will not be surprised with anything anymore. Wanna bet? Idolin looks at him. Steve stares back, not intimidated. $10, deal. Every time that you be surprised, you give me $10, and if the interview ends without you getting surprised, I will give you a personal gift. A special gift from Idolin. He says after thinking a little. Steve answers, deal. And they shake hands. So Atlantis? Yeah, exists too. In truth, there are many hidden civilizations on this planet, cut from the world and living on their own rules, self-sufficient. I will not say more because it's not my place to tell. Like the thing that you said before? The Inhumans or something. Steve tries to remember. Yeah. They're like Meta but not quite the same. They live on the moon. Their king is very strong, by the way, Omega level. I will not say his power for obvious reasons. Try not to mess with them, world. Idolin says to the camera, really? Can you defeat him? There's no reason to fight him. He's a very quiet guy. Too. And Idolin laughs at his own joke. But yes. And Santa Claus? Really? At this moment Idolin gives a sad sigh. Yeah, Santa Claus is real. By the way, he is meta mutant. You guys hate us so much, but like Santa Claus? Well, the hypocrisy. Dude. What? Steve tries to say something, but is too shocked to muster the words. Idolin extends his hand. Steve look at this for a while before someone of the production go give him his wallet, and he gives $10 to Idolin. The hero chuckles and continues. Oh, calm down. Yeah, Santa Claus is real. I even visited them. Eat the cookies of Mrs. Claus, they're delicious by the way. Idolin brags and then raises his hands to show a hollow selfie of him and an elderly woman with a kind face. Is this Mrs. Claus? Steve asks, pointing to the picture. Yes, very nice lady. Give really strong grandma vibes. Idolin says, and Santa? But, how have we never met him? With today's technology and... The host says but is interrupted by Idolin, I haven't met Santa. He was holed up in his room. Mrs. Claus told me the cause. Apparently he has symptoms of depression. Idolin says, sadly, Santa is depressed? Yeah dude, he is not a god or a spirit or whatever. He is a guy that was born many years ago, awakened his powers and decided to give kids around the world gifts. His origin is complicated to explain. Idolin says he started to become like that in 1915, and after this, he never appeared anymore. So this is why he became a legend and a lie to the children. You can understand, right? Idolin gives a side glance to Steve and then to the camera. 1915. Yes, we made the man depressed with the world wars. Idolin mouths out everyone thoughts, damn, now I'm depressed too. Don't be my friend. I will try to help the old guy. Can you imagine? Idolin saves Christmas? Would be a nice Christmas story to tell with rhymes. His joke makes Steve and the audience laugh. I have to say, Idolin, you're a little different from what I expected. Steve confess, is that so? How come? You know, you look that unapproachable angry guy, dark clothes, intimidating. Steve squares his shoulders and makes an angry face to show what he is talking about. The audience agrees with him and Idolin chuckles too. There's a video that made me laugh so much. Steve says, suddenly remembering it, that I almost don't believe that was you on the video. Can you show the video, production? He asks his assistants. The big screen on the studio changes, showing a scene of a wedding. Idolin laughs again and covers his eyes with his right hand, recognizing the video. I can explain, he says, still finding it funny. The video goes like this. At an outdoor wedding, the bride has her back turned to a bunch of female guests, and she is ready to throw the bouquet. She finally throws it and then, a red beam of heat cuts the air and destroys the whole thing, shocking everyone. The camera changes focus, showing Idolin floating in the air. The day is saved again by Idolin. He says heroically before flying away. The camera once again changes focus, this time to the many male guests. Boyfriends of the women that wanted the bouquet. Our hero. The one that we want but not deserves. They murmur gratefully. The video cuts off. And everyone is laughing. That is one of the funniest things that I have ever seen. Did you just happen to be passing by and decided to help those poor souls? Steve asks, smiling. Oh, there's a backstory to that video. Idolin starts. First, I met the groom early that evening. His car has broken and he was desperate on the side of the road. I helped him and his best men. During my talk with them, this idea of a prank appeared, so I have gone with it. They are cool with that. Much cooler than just throwing the bouquet. Steve comments, yeah, in truth, the bride is someone that I have saved during the invasion. Idolin reveals, really? Yeah, they invited me to stay, gave me a slice of the cake. I have taken some pictures. Was nice. They're a good couple. I wish them happiness. Damn, that was nice. You have no idea. Is one of the perks of this job, you know? See the people that I helped continuing their lives, being happy, seeing their families happy too, and relieved that they are all right. Many people say that I'm naive, that I don't really help, only saving by one person at a time, that I should do more, focus on more pressing issues. Idolin takes a breath. Maybe to the world don't matter if I saved a random woman under some debris, but to them. Idolin points to the big screen showing the couple, it means the world. He says the audience and even Steve stand up to applaud Idolin words. This guy is really cool. Kitty comments, holding her head, I'm almost became a groupie. Page adds. After some time and the audience subside, Steve continues talking. You know, Idolin, I'm a little afraid of asking. He says, a little unsure. Are you curious about gods and myths? Especially the Bible and others similars. Eidolon guess. I believe that is a touchy subject. Eidolon puts his fingers on his chin. I can say what I know. The hero then stars, let's start light. As you all can guess, in many myths and legends there's some truth behind it, as a grounding. Many of these cases come from mutants of the time that started this whole thing. People are more gullible, there's no science, so many are worshipped as gods or viewed as monsters. Eidolon explains, I see. Many pagan religions came from that. Aliens too. Big pantheons like the Norse, Egypt, Indian and Greek ones are more legitimate. Legitimate in the sense of the gods really be something else other than a human that awakened his powers or a random powerful alien that happens to pass by. Egypt, Indians and Greeks too? Yep, most humans with powers that are interpreted as gods have their names erased by history eventually. We rarely remember them. The final, most of them have normal lifespans. So is reasonable to say that these pantheons are the real deal. And what is your take on it, Eidolon? Do you worship any god? Steve asks, is hard to worship a god when I can pummel most of them on the ground? Eidolon chuckles, damn. Steve laughs too. But answering more seriously, no, I don't have a religion. People's take on gods are really different from reality. Gods aren't always watching you, guarding you, and not all of them have good personalities. Any historian can attest that about the Greek pantheon. Eidolon says smiling. The ones that understand agree. He continues, obviously, we can't take all the stories at face value. As an example, that story of Loki and the horse. Sorry, he pauses to hold back his laughter. That story is only a rumor that someone started as a petty revenge. The ones that know the story laughs too. The thing is, some gods aren't worth worship. They are not all benevolent and care about us. I see them as people with powers and only respect the ones that earned it. If not, I would treat them normally. He says, I've seen some people talking about worshipping Thor. A difficult prospect. If you want. But you have to understand that Thor can't help you in, let me see, pass an exam, cure you, or other things. He is the god of thunder. Eidolon continues, he is a nice guy. I think he would be happy if you just make a toast for him when going out for a drink. Thanking him or whatever. He doesn't know now, but his words caused a habit of making a toast to Thor when drinking alcohol. You guys have to know that worshipping someone just as a guarantee or because she is powerful is not the right path. If you want to worship someone or adhere to some religion, study the dogmas, rules, teachings, and if it's compatible with your lifestyle or if makes you feel good with yourself, go for it. But this is not a game. Eidolon finishes, makes sense, it was like that. We could just worship you. Steve says jokingly, you stop that. Don't do that please. Is weird. Eidolon says with an uncomfortable face. Okay. Now, I avoided it long enough. Let's talk about the church. Eidolon says. That's a touchy subject. The biggest religion in the world. The relationship between me and the church is complicated. He starts since many time ago. The church killed metas in the Inquisitions. The witch hunts are basically this. But I can't throw this solely on them. Many people hunted people with powers in the past with fear. But nowadays in every anti-mutant protest, you will find some religious justifications that we shouldn't exist. Someone with a board that God hates mutants. Just is true. What is weird because the church itself never commented on the topic of mutants, but the people, So my take on Christianity is something like that. Jesus was a nice guy, but the fan base spoils everything. Steve can't contain his awkward smile. That's the problem is being so big. There are many rotten ones that use the name to bad things and to justify bad behavior. Eidolon shrugs his shoulders. They forgot the most important teaching, that is to love the others. The Bible has good teaching that anyone should practice. Are you a Christian, Steve? But I'm like keeping the faith and losing my religion. Steve confesses, I believe in God, but there's so many things that I disagree, and other things that discourage me. At this time, scandals of sexual predation of minors is gaining spotlight on media too. I understand. Idolan nods. Well, what I can say about the greatest religion in the world? I'm not sure. There are records of winged people, there's a hell, and Jesus existed. But I can't say more than this. If you follow this religion, and it makes you feel better and be a better person. Again, continue. Idolan suddenly continues, by the way, evolutionism is a fact, the earth is round, not flat. Sorry to all that believe that stuff. But don't think that this is proof that the Bible is wrong. One thing doesn't exclude the other. He says, so you can't confirm the existence of? Steve doesn't finish because there's no need to it. No, maybe he doesn't exist. Maybe he is so above me that I can't tell. Maybe Nietzsche is right and he is dead. Who knows? About this subject, I can't help much. Idolan shrugs his shoulders. Let me tell you something. He suddenly says, Marvel's take on this religion is confusing. God appears to not be the same as the one above all like the presence is in DC. God has suffered from alcoholism. There's some comics separated about this. Sinister one time commented of a mutant from Nazareth, implying that Jesus is a mutant. This theme is touched because would be touched in a real interview. But I will not bring these things. Heck, if even Marvel don't know what they're doing, poor me. Go on. Talking a little lower than this whole gods thing. Vampires, demons, werewolves, dragons? These things exist too. To this day. So be careful. He says Steve's eyes widens a little and he gives $10 to Idolan, explain more. Yeah, things like vampires and other monsters exist, hidden under our noses, so, please, don't romanticize them. I mean, not all of them are monsters, but you know, many have different views that sometimes were impossible to rationalize with them. Idolan changes position on his chair. Most of monsters and demons see you guys as a food or toys, is intrinsically on their being. As much as a lion would see you guys as a food too. Is possible to coexist? We can talk with each other, so is possible. I just want you guys to take care. Be careful out there, the world is very dangerous. Don't try to play in dark and haunted places, don't try to summon demons, don't make contracts or deals. I repeat, this is not a game. Idolan finishes seriously, what a strange world to live. We need to be careful about being killed by monsters. Steve comments shaking his head, still talking about this being a dangerous world. I will tell a story, Idolan speak. One day I was driving. You drive? The host interrupts. Idolan looks at him. I'm really curious about the image that you guys have of me. He shakes his head. I don't know. Steve says unsure. I thought that you would fly everywhere, that lives in a secret place. Well, I like having a life too. And there's a thing called discretion and yes, I have a secret civilian identity. I can be your mailman, have a restaurant, be a doctor. Who knows? But let me focus on the story. Go on. So, I was driving and I was going to pass to the other side of the road. I gave the signal, but I saw a biker coming very fast. So I stopped and goes back to my line. Idolan gesticulates the situation. I don't know why, but the guy has taken offense to what I did. He shrugs his shoulders. Maybe because I half cut him or whatever. But he passed by my car and... Bang. Idolan moves his arm. He punches my left rear view. Steve gives a look like he is hearing a very dumb thing. This guy punched Idolan. Rear view. His way of talking brings some laughs. Yes, he destroyed it and accelerated and continued on his way cursing me. Now, I can see your reaction, and is about this that I want to talk about. Obviously, being me, I just ignored it and continued with my life. But, what if is not me? Idolan asks darkly. What if is a less moral person with powers? Or a guy having a bad day with powers? that could simply move the arm and throw your bike to the side, making you meet your end in the front of a truck. Is scary to imagine this, huh? Yeah. The advice that I want to give is, don't look for trouble, you never know who is the other person. Don't bully, don't fight, don't argue, don't harass. It's a dangerous world we live in. You guys know that now. He continues looking at the camera. Unfortunately, sometimes the only things that prevent someone to do atrocities are the consequences. And having power sometimes means that you don't need to deal with the consequences. There are people that can telekinetically push you on the trails of a subway, teleport you to the rainforest, desert, or in the middle of the ocean, kill you in your sleep and makes it appear that was a heart attack. I can probably later find out what happened and bring the culprit to justice, but would be too late for you. So just avoid conflicts with strangers. He says seriously, that was a good advice. Seek peace, people. The host completes. The interview continues with other themes. Let's talk about more light things, Eidolon. Things that won't make me question my existence and everything else. Steve jokes, okay. But then Eidolon's expression changes, excuse me for 22 seconds. He lifts his fingers and then blurs, disappearing. The host looks around confused like everyone. Exactly 22 seconds later, Eidolon appears on his chair again. Sorry, almost an accident in a car pursuit. You're talking? He says. I will ask later about your heroic activities, but let me ask your opinion about a controversial topic before it. Go on. Magneto. Steve says slowly, what is your opinion about him? He is the other big name of mutants/metas. Do you know him personally? On the asteroid M, the Brotherhood of Mutants perks up upon hearing the mention of their leader and waits to see what Eidolon will say. Whoa, I thought that you would take Lily now. Eidolon chuckles on the big screen where the reunited top members of the Brotherhood are watching. There's a huge oval table on the middle of this room. Magneto is sit on the edge, with Mystique and Sabretooth by his immediate side. Magneto. Eidolon thinks a little. I never met the man. I wish. I really want to talk to him, to be truthful. Eidolon says calmly, really? Only talk. The TV host asks a little strangely. Eidolon looks at him and appears to realize something. I see. You all really have a very bad impression of him, huh? He says, well, I understand he did bad things. Is normal to be wary or even scared of the guy. Eidolon says, but I'm not gonna fight him on sight, if this is what you're asking. Even if don't condone his actions, I can understand him. Eidolon says, surprising the Brotherhood that is watching. Really? The host asks skeptically, well, I need to give a little of context. Eidolon says, how much do you know about Magneto? Beyond his evil actions? Where he come from, his nationality, age? Nothing, huh? Yeah, I expected that. Eidolon looks around a little. Magneto is old, 70 years maybe? From German. Eidolon starts talking slowly. Jew. He gives a side glance to the He has been there, you know? Auschwitz. Eidolon reveals, shocking the host, the audience, and the world. Like I said, I don't agree with his actions. But the guy lived to see his two people, race or whatever you want to call, being oppressed and suffering. Probably lost loved ones. So is not weird. Is almost reasonable that when he has the power to do something, he will do something. This guy is smart. If there's one thing that people around the world hate more than us, is Nazis. Fabian Cordes comments while reclining lazily on his chair. A pity that his upbringing made him an extremist. He doesn't even notice that he became the thing he hates the most. Eidolon says, sighing. But he is old, and the world is not an easy place to change. I don't know what happened with him in detail, but he must have lost hope. Mystique looks at her boss. Eidolon's description is very accurate. You know, besides me and Magneto, there's another group that thinks in the meta question. But they are much more peaceful. slowly trying to teach coexistence with the metas first to later work on the rest of the world. Eidolon says, Xavier children, huh? Cortez says, I wouldn't compare them to us. They haven't done anything so far. He says, really? I never heard of that. Is natural, the world wouldn't accept that, so they remain hidden. If you want to make a poor comparison, the leader of these pacifist group is like Martin Luther King and Magneto like Malcolm X. Eidolon says, I see. I would be on the exact middle ground of it. Thanks to many factors, like my powers and the situation of my awakening, I have a clear picture of the world, dangers, people's hearts and evil people's motivations. So I don't think that either of them are completely right or completely wrong. He says he then continues, ideals without strength is just words at the wind, but strength without morals is just violence. I use my powers to show the great potential for good that metas have, and I believe that brings weight to my words, and I'm a patient man. Is okay for me to change people's views slowly, principally of the children. They are taught to hate if I present another perspective. They are not dumb. Children are our future. My fight is for them, Eidolon says to the applause of the audience. He then sighs sadly. The problem is the many metas suffering right now. Sometimes I want to speed up the process, be a little more forceful. Sigh is because of this that I understand Magneto. He prioritizes the metas. But this is wrong. Humanity is our roots. We are on this together. Divided we fall, together we stand. Nothing can stop us if we work together. Eidolon looks at the ceiling. Sometimes I just want to grab all world leaders and throw them at a room and say, now talk, solve it. Silence prevails in the place where the Brotherhood is reunited. Raven. The voice of Magneto is finally heard. Everyone pays attention when Eric sees that Mystique is looking at him. He continues, what can you deduce from our friend Eidolon? He asks the more experienced mutant. Raven's is more than a century old. A shapeshifter, which means that she is a great actress and can read people easily. He is good. Very political, has a good oratory, knows what to say and how to say it. I don't know how much of what he talked about is true, but he looks genuine and very likable. I think that is his purpose. She analyzes, making Magneto ponder for a moment before nodding his head. And she is right. Even Hector would nod at her words, if he heard it. Everyone likes a humble, down-to-earth celebrity. It's make them relatable and more likable. Hector knows this very well, so he went into these interviews with that in mind. Meta-human. Meta and human. If Hector showed his powers and heroic side as a meta to the world, now he is showing that he is human too with this interview. The only possible downside of his actions would be people seeing this as a weakness or being less scared of him. But it's not a big deal. Anyone that underestimates him would be to a surprise. And he can equilibrate his reputation of being scary to the villains and nice to the good guys with time. Now Eidolon, I have here a bunch of questions for you to answer. Let's start. Steve says, holding his cards, there are also questions that people are making on Twitter and the producers will give them to me later. And we will allow the audience to ask too, okay? No problem. By the way, you became surprised again, so... Eidolon extends his hand. A hero extorting money from an old man like me. Steve grumbles while giving the $10 bills. Hey, a deal is a deal. Let's start. How is your fight with Thor? Who is really the strongest one of the heroes? I'm sorry, but we mere mortals can't tell the difference. The host jokes. Eidolon laughs a little. Well, it is natural. Saying who is stronger is hard. Fighting is not that simple. People with weak attributes can still win against someone stronger if the compatibility allows it. It's like a game of rock, paper, scissors. An example, the Hulk can be defeated by that Omega telepath that I talked early. His mind is very unstable and prone to be a weak spot. Eidolon says, I see. And how is fighting with a god? Well, my fight with Thor is very balanced. Half of the time I'm beating Thor, and in the other half Thor is being beaten by me. Idolin finishes with a wit look. Huh. Steve and the audience laughs. That is some confidence. Kitty, damn. Steve Rogers, damn. Natasha, damn. The Thing, damn. I like this one. What is your favorite Avenger? Steve asks, my favorite Avenger would be Captain America. He inspired me a little, you know? But my favorite hero is Spider-Man. Idolin says, Spider-Man? Yes, I admire very much what he does and I think is unfair all the hate that he get. He's just like me. A guy trying to do the right thing. On Peter's house. Look Peter, you're Idolin's favorite hero. Ned exclaims, slapping his friend's shoulder. I'm seeing. Chill dude is not a big deal. He says, but a smile keeps increasing on the edge of his mouth to look at each other and yeah. And then start punching each other lightly because FO the hype. But I have another person that I admire that is not a superhero, only a hero. Idolin adds, talk about him. Desmond Doss. Idolin says, but there's no reaction from the host of the audience. Don't know about him, huh? As expected. There's no need for me to tell you anything, just search for it. His story can do a good movie. Peh. Idolin laughs. That's a name that I haven't heard from a long time. Wolverine's gruff voice says on the room of the X-Men mansion, did you know this guy? Jubilee asks, surprised, yeah, I hear about him while I was in Japan in the World War II, a little before I was hit by the nuke. Apparently, this guy saved a bunch of lives. How? Being a crazy-ass motherfucker, that is how he did it. Ha. Logan. Language. But. Admonishes, the guy don't want to kill anyone and he went to war without any weapons and went out on the battlefield rescuing and carrying people. Crazy bastard. He comments. After this a bunch of questions are asked in succession. Questions that would be asked to any celebrity. Favorite food? Anything. Favorite drink? Water. You don't drink alcohol, Idolin? Steve asks curiously, though. Alcohol has no effect on me. I prefer water or some juice. I don't smoke either. Good example. Would you ever drink? Well, if Thor asked, how can you say no to a Viking god? Ha. I would be polite and drink a little. Ha. True. Favorite song? Anything, but I'm really liking to listen to Mr. Blue Sky lately. Do you have a hobby? Reading. Learning and training with my powers. Favorite movie? Star Wars franchise. What is your age? Younger than Captain America. That does not really give us something to work with, but okay. Favorite color? Black and white. Favorite thing? Solitude. Did you hate something? Bullies. People that abuse whatever power they have to bully others, to be more specific. Favorite subject in school? I mean, did you ever go to school? Science. Yes. What is your sign? Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one that wrote these questions. Nine-headed cosmic dragon? This is not a real sign. None is. True. Biggest fear. Fail in something truly important. Red or green? Steve lowers his cards and looks at Idolin with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. Green. Idolin says to cheers and laughs from the audience. Things continue like that. Sometimes Idolin disappears to solve some crisis. Sometimes Steve has to pay him $10. But the interview continue without problem, was very interesting and lasting longer than expected. Idolin knows how to keep people attention on him. Some more controversial themes are touched too. What do you think about abortion? Is okay before the 4th week, there's no soul at a time. After that is a no. Idolin gives an unexpected and concise answer. Really? Souls? Steve asks with a surprised face, how many times said really tonight? This souls. I don't know why are you so surpursed if magic is real. And 24 times, Idolin answers calmly, I think you just solved the whole question. Can you explain more? First, I'm pro-life. I believe that everyone has great potential, even a fetus. But I know of some special circumstances like rape, a fetus that won't survive being born, and other cases. Before the 4th week, the fetus is only a mass of organic matter, there's no soul on it, I can testify for that. You can? Yeah. Do you want to try? What? You know that I have super senses? The 5 normal and many other senses? I can share my vision with you. Eidolon says, really? 25, yes. Is dangerous? Don't worry, I will tone down to not make you a vegetable. He stares at Eidolon. What? Information overload. I talked about our bodies not being completely ready for powers. Relax. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Eidolon touches his shoulder. Is unnecessary, but he did it all the same. Steve's eyes changes to the all-seeing eyes of God. Is one of the abilities of the eyes. It's possible to share the user visual capabilities with someone. Wow. He says surprised and starts to look around. Wow. He repeats Eidolon, just let him enjoy the moments, these colors. Humans can only truly see 3 channels of colors, blue, green, and red. The mantis shrimp, as an example, can see 12. My vision is even better. You're seeing the world as how he really is. Eidolon says, wow. Is the only thing that can be mouthed by Steve. After this, Eidolon touches his shoulder again. Let me regulate for you a little. He says, wait, now I can't see anything. Too much of something is not always good. There's a reason that our vision is limited. This is how I see the world if I do not concentrate. Super senses are truly problematic. Eidolon says, is like I'm a very trippy LSD overdose. Steve jokes, ha, let me adjust to you again. After this, Eidolon shows off a little to Steve Harvey. Just enough to amaze the men. After Eidolon makes Steve's eyes go back to normal and heals him a little, the experience made him a little groggy. Steve talks about this to the audience. Is amazing, people. I can't even describe. I could see things to the minimum details, airflow and other things, some colors on the air. Is that? He turns up to Eidolon. There's many types of energy on the world. People exude them too. By the way, you haven't noticed, huh? Eidolon gives him a side glance. Nothing important for now. Is the only thing, Eidolon said. Here another $10. This time was worth it. Steve says, making Eidolon laughs after taking the money. There's a time when is allowed to the audience in the studio to ask questions to Eidolon. There are some stupids, things that he already explained, and some goods too. At some point a guy asked this. Eidolon, as a hero, I believe that you want to save the most number of persons possible. Didn't you think that working together with the police and government would increase your efficiency? Why are you so resistant about this? This is an interesting question, Eidolon says. So are you saying that I should work under the American government? He speaks evenly, would not be a bad idea. You even joked before how you do hero work for free with Steve. You could even receive a salary. The man jokes and Eidolon laughs. But if someone knows him would notice that he don't find it funny, well, makes sense. This could even make the American people more comfortable with my presence, right? The hero asks, yeah. The guy excitedly replies, very good, very good. But if I say to you that I'm not American. Eidolon reveals and waits for the reaction. As I expected the smile FO, the guy disappears instantly. I don't know why people take me as an American. So, my good man, would you be comfortable if I go to the president of my country and salute him as a soldier and say that I'm going to follow all of his orders? Are you going to sleep well? Comfortable? Eidolon asks, giving a look while inclincing himself para a frente. I guess so. Eidolon lays back again. I'm neutral. And I think is for the better to everyone that I remain like that. He says, end this discussion. Eidolon, what is yours hardest power to control? Steve asks, without doubt the animal morphing one. Idolin answers without hesitation, the animal morphing? Can you turn into animals? Yep. Is the hardest, their problems with the changes of senses, instinctus. Idolin says while morphing his hand in tentacles and then in a humanoid lizard claw. But I work hard and became very good and control it. I can now even make partial transformations like this. He do some tricks and even makes dog ears appear above his head. In the X mansion, Kitty, stay with us. Be strong, my friend. Jubilee exclaims to her unresponsive friend, he can make animal ears. She murmurs, he is like the perfecto husbando. I can't. She clenches her chest. After some more questions, Steve finds himself comfortable enough to ask more personal things. Idolin, I received a question from the public at home. He says slowly, go on. The question is, he pauses, he can't go on, oh God. He takes a deep breath and continues, can the powers of Idolin affect every path of his anatomy? Pauses and looks with a disapproval look to the world. Idolin cover his eyes and sigh thinking if the world is even worth of saving at this point. Don't make that face. You're the one extending and changing your body left and right, the people are curious. Asterisk sigh asterisk the maximum answer that I can give is this one. Idolin says and raises his right arm. He gesticulates to people to pay attention from the elbow and upward. And then he enlarges his arm, making it longer and thicker. He makes the things vibrate, spins like a drill, and even multiply itself in two. Okay, that is enough. Steve exclaims desperately while the audience go crazy. Oh my, what I have done. There are 34 artists. Idolin murmurs to himself. Steve wipes a non-existent sweat on his forehead and bald head. Dude, please. Steve says laughing, you're setting the bar too high. Stop it. How can we normal men live? He jokes, making Idolin laugh. Serious, Susan, stop biting your lip. Johnny exclaims, I'm not. She shouts a little too fast. Ben Grimm and Alicia only laugh at the sibling antics. In the X mansion. So we will just wisely don't comment, right? Spike is the one to break the silence. Yeah, let's keep quiet. Kitty surprisingly agree. I want him to fold me like a pretzel and dash. Paige starts, stop. But is interrupted by the rest. At Hector's residence, the girls are also watching his interview. Shago is breathing a little heavily now, you know. Helena starts, what you talked about before about sister wives again? Helena jokes, looking at Shago. She receives a pillow on the face, making her laugh harder. Isabella can only shake her head and sigh. Back to the studio. Asterisk huff asterisk let's talk with someone at home. Steve says, trying to change the subject. Okay. We have someone on the phone? Yeah. Put him on the line. The host says to his ear device. People at home will too be allowed to ask Idolin things. The person on the line is a man, but different from what is expected. He doesn't come to ask a question to Idolin, but he comes seeking advice. Some counsel. The guy tells his story. And it's like that. He was gonna marry his girlfriend. They are together 4 years. His fiancée goes to her bachelorette party. Till now is okay. But she forget her laptop at home, and was unlocked and with the girls' group exposed. When his curiosity takes the better of him, the man goes to see the group and he sees a bunch of pictures and videos of the bachelorette party that was still happening. There he saw his fiancée making out with 2 male strippers, probably going to a room alone with them while her friends cheered. The man tell how devastated he was at the moment. He saved the videos and pictures. Send a message to her ex-fiancé saying that everything is over and the why, and he ignored everything and everyone for a few days. I don't know what to do, Idolin. My mind is going to dark places. I'm afraid of doing something that I regret. He confesses to the now much more serious Idolin. Idolin takes a deep breath. Damn, this hurts me more than the Mjolnir, seriously. He starts and receives a nod from Steve. Betrayal is the worst thing that someone can receive and the worst thing to do too. True is never coming from your enemies, and because of this that hurts so much. The host says, "First of all, my brother, did you talk with ex-fiancé after that? What happened?" Idolin asks. The man on the line answers, "She tried to reach me many times. I avoided it initially, but then I decided to listen to what she has to say, so we made a video call. She was with her friends. She assured me that was nothing. She and her friends deleted everything from the group after my message. When I said that I have saved everything, she apologized and said that was just a kiss. Means nothing." The man pauses and takes a breath before continuing. "She said that the video where she goes to the room with two guys was just a joke. Nothing happened. I just listened to her, and after she said everything I shut down the call." Idolin listens to everything. "First of all, my man, I need to tell you something. Something that you need to keep with you. Are you listening to me?" "Yes." Idolin then said pausedly and strongly, "You're not wrong. This is the first thing that you have to put in mind. You handled it perfectly well. Perfect. I need to praise you for that. You kept your calm even if you have all the right in the world to rage. That was the right decision. In these types of decisions, these women tend to invert things. They blame you for invading her privacy. If you scream, she would act fragile and wronged. Yeah. At some point she asked if I was always checking her things. If I don't trust her." The cheated man said, "Typical. If you want my counsel, just walk away from her. Take some time for yourself. Try new things. For old things. As in a relationship, I bet that you sacrifice some hobbies or activities that you like to stay with your ex. Try to do it again. I loved hiking, but I stopped because of her. You can do it now. Is not the end of the world, my friend." Idolin says, "I need to say, while you're telling your story, I heard some people bursting in giggles about your ex-fiancé cheating on you." Idolin froze and looks around. "I want to ask, what is so funny about that? He is the victim. Why are you laughing and shaming him? The one that should be shamed is the woman." Idolin looks slightly angry for the first time in this interview. Double standards, huh? If a man cheats, he is scum. If the woman cheats, the man is the joke. He says. Idolin continues, "He is not good in bed, he is not providing, he is not giving her attention. Go for it, queen, you deserve better." He mocks, "Let me ask you, my friend on the phone. You said that her friends are in the video call giving her support? Did you talk about this with someone else?" "Yes." "And someone came to give you support?" Idolin asks, already knowing the answer. No. That's the reality." Idolin shrugs his shoulders. He is the one suffering in silence, and they're cuddling her, the cheater. Idolin paused before continuing, "My friend, I can say another thing to you. Under no circumstances, accept her back. For nothing in the world. Don't matter her arguments, pressure of you family and friends, nothing. I will convince you now." Idolin points at the camera and asks, "Do you think if you haven't discovered her dalliances she would come to confess to you her act? Or do you think she would let the marriage happen and go on with her life without a shred of guilty? I don't know. You know the answer. Rewatch the video. Even if it's painful, she is embarrassed or she is laughing with her friends. She is not guilty about cheating on you, my friend. She is upset that she gets caught." "I'm sorry, man." Idolin spoke more softly. "You ask for my counsel and I will give it to you. You probably still love her. It's okay. But certain things you can't just erase. Let's say that you forgive her. You will live all of your life remembering it. Suspicious. Do you think that you will still be happy? It sucks that you have to suffer for her mistake. But I repeat." He pauses to emphasize what he will say. "You did nothing wrong. You have the moral high ground in this situation. Take some time to heal. As long you want. And my man." Idolin called, "Yes? Maybe this is a one-time mistake on her part. Maybe she is really feeling super guilty. Maybe she will never repeat it. Maybe she loves you more than anything. Idolin looks directly at the camera and already prepares the guy for whatever the woman in question would say in the future, but still, don't that take her back. There are good women out there that even if 10,000 friends influenced her, even if Thor himself appeared to make her the queen of Asgard, there are women out there who would never cheat on you. So why are you gonna accept less? Idolin's speech makes the people applaud crazily again. After some more words and good wishes, the call ends and Idolin and Steve goes back to talk. This annoys me, you know? Idolin confesses after some time, cheating women? Steve asks no. This whole thing always remembers me of how much men's mental health is overlooked by society. Men's life is hard too and no one care. More suicides, more victims of violence, more homeless, and the list go on. In the USA, I would think that the country that birthed Captain America would take care of the veterans, but I need to say more. Idolin speaks. In an apartment on Washington, is really that bad with the veterans? Steve Rogers asks himself with a frown. Even if is adapting slowly, a big part of him still refuses to integrate himself into this new society. So is no surprise tot is desatualizado de muchas coisas, precisamente certos problemas mais atuais. I will call Fury later and ask. He says before focusing on the TV again. I will give counsel to the boys. Idolin says, straightening himself on the chair, I'm Idolin, and I speak hard truths. Men around the world. No one care about you. The early you accept this fact, the better. He speaks frankly, obvious there are exceptions. Mother, father. But you will never be coddled. Steve, if a man is down and sad about something and doesn't want to do something, what is told to him? Idolin turns to the host, man up. He answers, man up? That's the only thing that you will receive. I read some texts on the newspapers on the past about me and my take on women. The text, written by a woman, said that I'm a secretly misogynist for beating up without mercy amora. Idolin raises his hands in confusion. This is one of the things that I plan to ask later. Steve, I can talk about this now. I'm an advocate of true gender equality. I treat everyone equally independent of gender, race, sexual orientation, religion, or nationality. The key on Idolin is how my fists are rated, to everyone. He jokes a little. Always annoys me people that demand respect without merit or anything worth for. Do you think that I will treat you better only because of your second chromosome X? No chance. But this is how things are. Women and child first. The only ones that are loved unconditionally are women, children, and pets. You, man, is loved by how much you can provide, how much is your worth. And because of this, I say, focus and take care of yourself. Stop treating women that don't deserve like queens, like your first priority. Don't be that simp. Do things to yourself because no one else will do it. Learn to live in solitude. Be alone doesn't mean being unhappy. I myself love solitude. Sometimes I fly to space and just stay there alone with my thoughts. When you learn to be alone and be happy with yourself alone, nothing can stop you, my friend. That's an underrated counsel, very good. Steve comments. After this little red pill moment, the interview continues. Is not like Idolin wants to be the gigachat of this timeline, even if would be funny. But in his other life, he has seen some examples of how a man can be completely destroyed mentally by bad relationships. Will Smith and Johnny Depp are only of the most famous examples. If a 2-minute counsel can save some fellow men from depression or worse, worth it. And yes, is funny to be seen as an advocate of true gender equality. Idolin, I will ask you now about your fellow heroes and supers. Let's play a game. Go on. Idolin looks at him suspiciously. Relax, I will just say the name of the person and you need to say in a few words what you think about them. Steve says, Captain America. I already said, he is a great inspiration. Good. Hawkeye. Admire his bravery. Black Widow. Steve looks at him to see Idolin's reaction, but he doesn't fall into any trap. Admire her bravery. He almost repeats himself. The same, huh? The Hulk. I pity Bruce Banner, don't deserve having this hard life. About the Hulk, a surprisingly trustworthy fight companion. Diferenciando Bruce Banner do Hulk? Obviously, they're two different people. I see. Iron Man. Great potential for good. Is on the right path. I hope that he don't think that know best than everyone and step out of the line. Damn, that is suspiciously specific, Steve says, but Eidolon shrugs his shoulders and don't elaborate. Giant and the Wasp. Eidolon holds back to not say abuser and victim, no opinion. Eidolon says, huh? Mr. Fantastic. High intelligence, low wisdom. Damn, is that a roast? I don't know. Invisible Woman. She looks nice. Human Torch. Overeager. The Thing. Similar to Banner, looks like a chill dude. Thor. We could probably be good friends in the future. Lady Jade. A good companion. Only a companion? Steve asks slyly. Eidolon doesn't comment. Huntress. A good confidant. Confidant is differente from companion, huh? His smile widens a little. Gigantomachia. A loyal subordinate. Interesting. Not so interesting. With the exception of my group is not like I know the rest too much. We literally first met during the invasion. Sorry. Don't apologize, is interesting enough. Now some question of the public about them. Oh. Eidolon says looking suspiciously at the cards in Steve's hand. Oh, indeed. Eidolon, which one of the female supers would you choose to marry? Is on the card. Steve shrugs his shoulders but doesn't look sorry at all. Eidolon sighs. I repeat, I don't know them enough. Just say a name. You just want me to say any name to the public to ship us and blow our relationship out of proportion? Eidolon reveals. Exactly. He admits without shame, gossip is the bread of the TC, Eidolon. Let me think. Eidolon puts his hand on his chin. I really don't know. Skip it. Eidolon reclined on his chair. I'm already married to my job as a hero. He jokes, making the people laugh and dispersing the focus on the question. Let's continue. After a bunch of nonsensical questions that would better fit asked to a normal celebrity, Eidolon humors them for some time till he is asked something more interesting. Who do you think is the most dangerous person in the world? The host asks and Eidolon doesn't even hesitate. Victor Von Doom. The answer surprised everyone. People thought that Eidolon would say the Hulk or himself, but surprisingly he said an almost forgotten villain. In Latveria, in the bedroom of Dr. Doom, the man himself narrowed his eyes hearing Eidolon mentioning him. Petty tricks. But it appears that he at least has some wits. He says under his breath, but Doom will prevail nonetheless. Back at Hector's residence, the girls discussed among themselves. Isn't this a little counterproductive? Making an enemy of the guy without any reason. Shago asks leisurely on the couch, not caring much. She trusts Hector nonetheless. Isabella is the one that answers with a thoughtful expression. No, this is smart. Master Hector said that the most annoying and dangerous enemies are the smart ones that have time to prepare. With one sentence he put Doom in the spotlight. If Eidolon said he is dangerous, the world will believe in it. Helena comments, I remember Hector saying how annoying that immortal old magic users must be to kill. They must have a ton of contingencies. Shago adds, yes. Master Hector probably already believes that the confrontation with him is inevitable, so is not a problem to make an enemy of Doom. He is bringing Doom to light and making him be taken seriously by the world. This can limit his actions or even better, make enemies of Master Hector seek Doom to deal with him, and sometimes this can disrupt Doom's plans. Adding too many foreign factors create flaws. There's more advantage than disadvantages. Isabella analyze. You. Sometimes I forgot that you're super smart. Shago says, by the way, What is the difference between a confidant and a companion? Isabella can only shake her head. Eidolon continues talked about many themes, some silly and other more serious. He give his thoughts, input and open the eyes of the public. At a certain moment the live audience asked Eidolon another more or less relevant question. The many supers have in general incredible bodies. You don't think that this will create an impossible standard to the people, in special the children? A slightly overweight woman asked. This is interesting to talk about. Let's go. Eidolon raises from his chair and show his body. He receives some screams from the women again. Let me start saying, this body of mine is not something that is easy to acquire to the average Joe, that has to work 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. He says, gesticulating to his great physique. But I would encourage everyone to try. Eidolon says with finality, seeking a healthy body must be something that everyone must do. Even if you can't be like or the other heroes. Being the best physical version of yourself can only bring benefits. Eidolon sits down and turns to Steve. Steve, do you know from all my capabilities what is my favorite? He asks. I don't know. Fly. Be bulletproof. Steve guesses laughing. Those are great, but nothing beats the simple capability of having a peak condition body. I'm not even saying superhuman body, just in peak condition. My body moving in the way that I want. Eidolon says he continues, is the best feeling ever. My body jumps when I want to jump, I can squat and run. Eidolon interrupts himself and looks around. What? Is not that impressive? He raises his palms to the ceiling in questioning. Maybe is not that impressive, but there are people that can't even do that. They can't even run for 10 seconds without puke, they take too long to rise from their knees, can't jump 10 centimeters high, they can't even get out of the bed. My lady, this question of yours is probably a bait to talk about fat shaming or whatever, and make me look bad. I don't care for what anyone thinks, so I will say, your body is your greatest and most prized possession. Take care of it. Eidolon advises and many people applaud. I will be the last person that will body shame someone. I'm part of the meta community. He shrugs his shoulders, but being too obese to the point where makes your life hard? I disapprove. This is another good advice, Eidolon. What did you think of my physique? Steve jokes, showing off his prominent belly. You're old and have little time to work out is okay, but could be better. I'm not saying to everyone to have a six-pack and be shredded. Some people's body types are a little chubby anyway. But you need to be good enough at least run a little. Remembering that this is a dangerous world. You never know when you will have to run. All that jokes about fat people dying first in the apocalypse have a little of truth now, don't you agree? Eidolon lights the mood. There's also the huge percentage of obese people in America. We are already an international joke. Steve comments, but why do heroes always in great shape? Steve asks, well, you can see us as athletes. We train our bodies to use our powers well. Captain America, well, you guys know he is not natural. Eidolon jokes, I can talk about myself. Remember when I say that my body was destroyed when I awakened? So if my body is not strong enough, I would probably explode from my own power. Very common occurrence with other metas. Damn. You know, Eidolon, there's a thing that you became famous for? Steve starts after another set of questions. Here you go. Eidolon looks at him suspiciously again. Relax, I'm talking about the Eidolon's glare. At this moment many people shouts in agreement, is scary as the criminals say? I don't know. Is just my professional face, I think. Eidolon says, can you show us? Say to the camera right there. Steve points, is not like that, will not work if I don't mean it. Eidolon jokes, can I say something to the villains of the world then? He asks, you can do anything. Okay. Eidolon then turns to the camera, to all of you that is right now in an underground facility, a space station, A castle, or in a huge and fancy building? He gives a dark chuckle before going serious. I know about you, and I will find you the moment that you put your head out of your nest. I want you all to understand that this planet, this solar system is small to me. And you're trapped here with me. Idolin looks at the camera without blinking. The whole world unconsciously holds its breath. Damn, I got goosebumps and you're not even talking to me, Steve jokes to light the mood. I pity your children, Idolin. Ha. Even Idolin laughs. Do you have children, Idolin? Nope. He answers, do you intend to have? Well, maybe. If I found the right person. He answers, is a huge responsibility. I don't see myself with children while I wear my mantle. I need to focus. Build a better world for our children in the future. Fight so they don't need. He confesses his thoughts. I understand very well. I think you will be a good father, Idolin. Steve says sincerely, thanks, I appreciate it. Still in this topic, Idolin, I know that you talked about don't want kids for now. But everyone thought about this in their life, so how many children do you pretend to have? And should we be worried about dozens of mini Idolins frying around? Steve jokes, ha, your question unknowingly brings an interesting topic. Idolin comments mysteriously, I will talk about it later. But answering your immediate question, I don't care how many children I will have. 1, 2, or 20. What comes came. 20? Damn. Steve acts surprised and laughs. And you would prefer a boy or a girl, Idolin? No preference either, but I think everyone in the world would like a kid of the same gender. He says and receives nods from Steve and the audience, to bond more easily, teach things. I understand completely. Haha. Then the host starts laughing. I just thought about, I was worried for you children before, but I must pity is your future daughter's boyfriends. He jokes makes people laugh with the mental image. Idolin just shakes his head seriously. What are you talking about, man? Do you think I will be some sort overprotective doting father? Tsk. I will have no problem with my daughter's boyfriends. They would just need to fight me. Idolin says seriously. Steve laughs. To death. Idolin completes with his eyes blinking red. And this only makes the people slaw hard. They can have my daughters after they take them from my cold, dead hands. Idolin jokes. You're scarier now than when you threatened the villains before. Even Idolin can't suppress it anymore and starts laughing slightly. In the X-mentioned, cute. Jean comments, cute? The guy promised a gruesome death to a future unfortunate soul and he is cute. Warren asks exaggeratedly, hot guys can get away with anything, really? Spike shakes his disapprovingly, yes, they can. Paige says without shame, Idolin is just kidding. I think. Rogue defends unsure. Hello there, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Now, taking advantage of this second part author's notes, let's talk about another important thing. The future progression of this story. As much gacha is a random thing, I already make it clear that the MC would always gain something about in the range of his power level. So his progression of strength doesn't jump suddenly by too much. I'm holding back in him gaining super strong characters like Superman. I have planned many arcs that will be better if he is not that strong. I mean, he can probably one-shot most of the threats, but you catch my meaning. Like vampires in Monster City, Trask, Mojo World, many movie sagas, Limbo. I have a plan for the moment that he will finally become cosmic and make a space adventure arc. Then Guardians of the Galaxy and others. Did I plan a space arc just to him to meet Lady Hellbender? You can't prove it. And I will deny it forever. After he finally goes cosmic, the MC wouldn't care too much about this street-level stuff. His summons will take care of it. So yeah, the story will have a great divisor when he finally starts to gain super strong people. I have so many things planned that if had the power to simply transfer what is in my brain without the need to write, at least 100 chapters would pop out. Now about the MC's own progression beyond powers. We all know that his morals are a little wacky. But I just warning you guys that he will mature and be more chill in the future. Even Kinder. Is he a true hero now? You can draw a certain opposite parallel between Hector with Midoriya. While Midoriya is a natural hero with a heart of gold, but powerless and with many glaring issues. Hector is super powerful but without the heart of a hero. Opposite starting points to the same finish line. I like Kratos' storyline of going from a rage, edgy monster to a wise and chill old man. You can say that I envision the MC trajectory more or less like that. I would like to talk about relationships, something that will be more present from now on, but I let this part to the author notes of the third and last part of the interview. Bye-bye. Till next time. Extra. The interview, part 3. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. His name was Jason, and today is his birthday. Friday the 13th, the movie. I have something important to tell you all. A warning: this chapter contains Eidolon talking about gender. And seeing how many of you are offended when he talked about real-world issues. He is the warning. You know, you guys would be right if is another setting. I would not bring social politic issues in a Pokemon fanfic. But this is Marvel. Marvel itself talks about this issue. Ignore it all. Sound a little wrong maybe. I don't plan to talk about it in a normal chapter, but well. This is an extra. Well, I can also predict people that will think that I'm a misogynist or something because the things said here. But just to your information, is not everyone that cares about men's right an Andrew Tate fan. I don't even care about the guy beyond his GTA POV memes. You guys must know the documentary, The Red Pill, of a woman feminist that discovered that men also deserve rights. Oh, the surprise. So, why I'm giving importance to this issue? 2 reasons. The first is more light. During my vacation I was forced to watch She-Hulk. Yeah. So I thought, I will watch without bias. Let's see how this goes. Maybe I can use something in my fanfic. And was bad as people claimed. But my biggest issue with that thing is not the twerking, or the not funny jokes, or the horrible CGI. Is the portrait of men. All men are either violent, dumb, perverts, or all of it at the same time. Even the Hulk, the calm and mature guy of the universe, becomes petty and childish. And I'm not even talking about her quote about heroes are for narcissists and orphans. So I thought, this is bad. Seriously, Disney, give me 15 McChickens and I would write something better. But then came to the idea of Eidolon being the opposite of these characters that has been spoiled by this agenda against men. What is said below has no intention to attack women. Wait, some women read it? Whatever. The other reason touches a little close to home. I know a guy, a friend of a friend. He was a funny guy. If you want to be mean, he is the clown of the group. If want to be nice, he is comic relief. He was always happy, being nice with people, making jokes and including even then most shy ones, like me, in the conversation. And then he was accused of harassment. But his life is over. He received death threats and lost his job. Even after being proven that he is innocent, the stigma remained. The guy nowadays is a shell of his former self. He doesn't interact with strangers, rarely says something, and even gets out of his home. And the woman? That falsely accused him? Nothing happened to her. Even to this day, people still think that he is guilty, that his family bribed the woman to buy her silence and to remove the accusations. As a man, there's no way that I won't feel empathy for this guy. Because this can happen with anyone at any moment. How do you defend yourself against it? Carrying a camera with you all the time? Is hard. Whatever, read the chapter and say what you think. I hope that can help some of you. You talked before about my possible future children being mini Eidolon, Steve. The interesting topic that I meant is my worry and how to treat kid metas or recently awakened metas with low age. Eidolon starts. By the way, what is the normal age that someone awakens their powers? Sorry to interrupt. Steve asks, no problem. In the case of natural metas, term that I'm still not sure that I will make official, or mutants, is common to awaken their powers during puberty, pre-adolescence. Between 8 and 13 years old. Obviously can happen earlier or more late in their lives, especially if some external factor is involved. Eidolon explains, "When did you awaken yours, Eidolon?" "With 6 years old." The hero says evenly, "Really? And how was it? Did you go to school? What your parents' thoughts?" "Sorry if I'm asking something too personal." Steves asks, surprised before calming down a little, remembering of Eidolon's parents. "Relax. Was normal. I went to school normally, lived normally. Well, in the limits of what was possible." "Just normally? What? Do you think I used my powers to stomp the other schools in sports? Be popular? That would be unfair, just average school life." Eidolon laughs, "In truth, I was bullied in school." Eidolon reveals, holding a smirk. Steve's mouth falls. "You have been bullied? You?" "Yep." "And you did nothing? Do what? Fight back? Break their arms and legs? Throw them in the sun?" "I just avoided conflict." "But you never get angry?" I was never the type of getting angry. Easily, so no. And I never suffered anything too heavy either. But this is another example that you shouldn't be a jerk to other people." Eidolon points at the camera. "If I was a little more immature. You all get my meaning." "Yes, will do. Now you are talking early about the awakenings and..." Steve goes to bring back the topic. "Yes, I was saying that normally the awakenings happen at an early age. By the way, maybe I neglected in my explanation about metas to talk about the awakenings." Eidolon thinks a little before continuing, "Just from you all to know. Beyond what is obvious and what I talked before. Is possible to happen a double awakening." "A double?" "Yes. A reawakening that can upgrade your powers qualitatively or quantitatively. It's rare, but it happens." "How? And why?" Steve asks, "Sometimes people awaken too early or artificially, so they're not ready. So a future double awakening can normalize the thing, instead of the power growing progressively. Artificial means can also influence. Like, if a meta be affected by that cosmic radiation that gave powers to the Fantastic Four. 50% chance of a double awakening and 50% of dying." Eidolon shrugs his shoulders. "Sometimes the second awakening can give a totally different ability too." Yes, like awakening the power from the metagenealogic tree of the father when the child inherited only from the mother till now. Eidolon explains, "Now, back to the main topic. Kids with powers." Eidolon reclines himself on his chair and starts, "One of my biggest concerns is this, awakenings are very arbitrary and can happen with anyone with the metagene. And if a destructive power is put together with the immaturity and clumsiness of a kid, the consequences could be catastrophic. I'm not blind to this, and can understand all of your worries about children of mine with an absurd level of power." At this moment Steve interrupts Eidolon. "Eidolon, sorry? My question will not mean to offend you. I just asked for asking." But this time Eidolon raises his hand to stop him. "It's okay, Steve. Is a genuine concern. For my part, I will do my best to properly educate my children about the responsibilities of holding superpowers. But this would be the exception of the rule, right? Again, I know that many people are simply scared that one day they will receive the news that their kids have been hurt in the school because a kid meta awakened their powers and she can't control it. Imagine that a 10-year-old kid one day simply awakens his powers that makes his arms like flamethrowers. And he can't turn it off." Eidolon speaks darkly, "It hasn't happened, but is a possibility. And it's okay to be worried. From my part, I can guarantee that I'm very alert about this situation and I can act very fast to avoid some tragedy." Eidolon affirms with determination, "I hope that you all understand that the kid would be as scared of any of his friends that could be hurt. Can you imagine how must be? The fear, helplessness, guilty. Just a child." Eidolon sigh darkly, He suddenly says a little more in good spirits, I already started working on a solution. He raised his index finger. Really? And can you tell us? Oh, risk one of these things that is better as a secret. Steve asks, well, the hero thinks a little, there's no problem in telling. I have a side project. I'm working in a serum. Eidolon says, getting closer of the host, a serum? Like the super soldier serum. Something like that. But better. Eidolon affirms, better? How? What is the most glaring issue of the metas that I talked about in this interview? The hero asks. Steve straightens up to think, you talked a lot. There's the whole conspiracy thing. But are you talking about how many metas suffer from their powers? He guesses, exactly. I said that this is a problem for bodies not being ready. But can't we make our bodies ready without the need to wait for generation and generations? We can improve our bodies. We already have a good example living and fresh out the ice. Captain America? His serum can help the metas. Not it alone, but I only use the overall idea. You must know that many enhanced of the present use serums based on the original formula of Dr. Erskine, and then came the idea of creating the E-serum or meta-serum if you prefer, and his serum would make your guys more resistant? Yes, and much more. First of all, the serum would make the body to its peak-adapted form to the corresponding power or a standard peak condition. Would help with control, allowing the EMTA to turn on, off the power and even reseeding the appearance to it pre-awakening when the meta wants. Eidolon says to Steve, raising eyebrows of surprise, and talking about kids. He continues, I'm trying to make that this serum would pass to the descendants and forcefully awaken the child's power at the age of 4 or 5 years old. Eidolon punctuates. Wait, and this would be good? I'm confused. Steve, most of the powers are like muscles. You train them, they grow stronger. They can atrophy if you don't use them. So what would happen if a child in development discover his dormant muscle? When is still weak? Eidolon asks, the power would be more or less inoffensive. The host deduces and starts to ponder about the implications, yes. Not only the standard age would smooth our work in preparation for any accidents, the power would be much weaker and the kid could grow together with it. Getting used to it, and the body would adapt better too. Eidolon exclaims, happy with himself. Kitty pride them, that's nice. I hear the host comment on the TV. And yes, it is. Looking around, I can see the eyes of everyone shining a little. Rogue's the most, she is not even blinking while looking at the TV. This would be revolutionary, I hear Dr. McCoy comments. In truth, I'm disappointed with myself for not thinking about it. Even the super soldier serum that can bring a human being to their peak condition would help many mutants in coping with their powers much better. But how he will make it influence the power? He grumbles to himself, is possible? Scott asks, in theory yes. But even if someone became a super soldier doesn't mean that the power would be affected. His claims of control of powers and appearances look a little far-fetched. The doctor answers, is not that easy to manipulate our powers. I tried many things. The doctor gesticulates to his furry body, he really must have tried a lot. But Eidolon wouldn't make a baseless affirmation. Jean comments, then he knows something that I don't. Dr. McCoy says, and seeing that he knows so many things that are unknown for me, one more wouldn't be a surprise. I'm looking forward to it. The doctor smiles, and when these miraculous things become available, the host asks half-joking, I'm still working on it. In some years, maybe. Eidolon answers, you're the one making it? Steve asks, surprised, making Eidolon looks at him frowning a little. Why? Do you think I'm stupid? Seriously, what is my image on your heads? Eidolon jokes and sighs, I don't know, I thought that you would have a team of scientists to work within your organization while you save the world. The host shrugs, yo all think that I'm some sort of brute, right? Eidolon sighs exaggeratedly, not at all. You look very smart. You talked and explained well. Anyone can see it. But you don't look scientist smart. if you understand what I mean. Tisk. Judging people by appearance. Tsk. Idolan shakes his head in fake disappointment. Just so you know, I wouldn't lose to these many geniuses in the intelligence department. He comments, and I remember how smart Rogue become at that time. Thinking faster, coming up with solutions and answers instantly. Is this guy perfect? After some more banter, Steve asks something that I was curious too, but Idolan, there's no problem in you revealing about your project? There would not be people trying to steal it or disturb your plans. Oh ho, growing paranoid already. Nice, that is the way to go. Idolan raises an eyebrow, but relax, I have my means. And seriously, if more people try to create serums that can improve people's lives, much better. He continues, but I understand your concern. Normally people would use something like that as a weapon. But they already doing it anyway. They never stopped after the success with Captain America. Talking about my plans changed nothing. And they can't replicate what I'm doing. Is simply impossible. Idolan's comments make everyone perk up. Why is impossible? Luckily for us, the host asked. Why? They don't have the main ingredient. He says slowly, main ingredient? Main ingredient? I mean, sorry to ask, must be a secret. The host correct himself, not at all. It doesn't matter if I tell. Idolan looks mysteriously at the host, waiting for him to guess, maybe. Steve, I'm a trump. Idolan points at himself and tilts his head. What he may it's him. His own metagene is the key. Gene exclaims, a super stable omega level trump metagene that can stabilize and improve all others. Maybe his power goes beyond simply copying, stealing, or creating powers. Or maybe he goes around accumulating powers to make his body adapt first, and then create some sort of immunity formula to distribute later. Or maybe Dr. McCoy goes on and about all possibilities of what Idolan is doing and how he does it. I'm not going into details, but let's say that I'm a little special. I can't say for certain, because everything happened very fast and I was so young. But I think that I have a double awakening. Like, awakening. Bam. Another one instantly. Damn, the guy surely is something else. Jubilee comments, must be a very traumatic experience. Jean says a little wistfully. To the BNJ world maybe? Third-person POV. After Idolan and Steve talk a little more about precautions needed to be taken and how the world is unprepared for them, the topic is changed again. So Idolan, some more questions. Steve looks at his cards. Let's see. The host searched in his cards before asking, how do you do your hero work? Many people praise you for your efficiency. Oh, I trained for that. Idolan answers easily, trained. This must appear weird to say that. Train where? There's a superhero school out there? But I train myself. Well, I had some help, but is mostly myself. Idolan changes position a little on his chair and continues, I already talked about the difficulty in having powers. And I'm strong. Many nods at him, so to that I don't hurt anyone I need training and control. Is easy for me to hurt people, even unintentionally. Look, Idolan points to his feet on the ground, raises his tiptoe a little, and taps on the ground casually. Bam bam bam, his little action makes everything shake. The force reverberates on the whole studio. Some things get out of place and even some people almost fall down. Sorry, just illustrating it. He then points to his feet again and repeats the exact 3 taps. His feet moved exactly the same, but there was no strength behind them. See? Control. Idolan says, humans are highly adaptable creatures. With time, someone who gained super strength could control himself to not crush everything he touches. But I have many powers, so I need to go beyond. I never neglected training. In truth, I still train every day. And that was half of the reason that I'm so efficient. He says, then I practiced. With simulations many and many times till it became easy. Simulations? Yeah, I didn't acquire my powers, put on my suit, and went around saving lives. I trained and studied every possible situation to know what is the better response. If someone is going to be run over by a truck, what is the best I can do? He asks and answers himself, take the people out of the way? But I'm close or far. If I go too fast, I will hurt them. He looks around and continues, should I stop the truck? But is the driver wearing a seatbelt? The truck malfunctioned or the driver fell asleep. Can I stop the truck without damaging it? Should I stop the truck telekinetically? You see what I'm talking about? Eidolon asks the host, yes. And this example is the easy one. What if two people are in danger in different directions? Far from each other? One is going to get stabbed and the other is falling from a building? I choose. What is the best decision to take? Milliseconds can be the difference between someone's life and death. I'm not playing the hero here, Steve. I see many people talking about how I'm an untrained, unaffiliated civilian and etc. He rolls his eyes. I can assure you that I am better prepared than most of the cops that carry guns around. And damn, some are really unprepared. Unfortunately is true. I trained and trained to think fast and act while thinking. I train my powers to the limit so that I can use them the best. If my control is lacking, maybe I will need to hurt the criminal who is going to stab the person. If I was a little slower, maybe I couldn't reach the one falling. I think about these things much before these things even happen and I prepare myself. So the secret is my training beforehand. Simples as that. Eidolon finishes, I see. No big secret aloha. Just like everyone else, practice making it perfect. The host says his piece. Yes, by the way, I will utilize the opportunity to say something. Something that was in my mind for a time, since the invasion. Go on. Eidolon looks at the camera and says seriously, to all the people that have powers or will awaken them in the future. Listen to this. Calm down. Eidolon let his words sink in for a moment before continuing. Seeing some confused faces, he finally opens his mouth again. I can understand the effect that people like me or Captain America can have on people with powers. Some of you guys must be wanting to help, be a hero and all, but I repeat, calm down. He says, more paused. First you have to know yourself and your powers, seeing the range of it, the function, the destructive capabilities. You also need to think also about the many secret vile organizations that would, in the blink of an eye, kidnap and do whatever they want with you. He advises, look, I'm the last person that can preach about vigilantism being dangerous and all, but it is. I can't stop you if you want to do it, but if you do it carefully. For you and for others. You could hurt others if you're not careful. He looks dead serious, and that would be on you. You could have the best of intentions, but if you enter this life unprepared, you can mess it up. Mess up badly. He emphasizes. Start small, help people one at a time. Discreetly. Any help is welcome, my friend. But I repeat, if you mess up, you can't take it back. Sincerely, I encourage everyone to help people, even if just a little and to the limit of their capabilities. There's no need for powers to be a hero to someone you know. He finishes. Eidolon is remembering the events of civil wars in the comics. The last fuse of the whole problem is a bunch of youngsters filming some sort of program playing the hero. Ended up blowing many kids because of their negligence and inexperience. That's a good thing to say, Eidolon. I trust you. But it worries me if a bunch of teenagers with powers starts to run around irresponsibly. Steve says, not knowing that Eidolon is a teenager himself, yes, is one of my worries too. Is also my big criticism of my fellow heroes. Eidolon says, shocking Steve a little. Is that so? Yeah. Well, hear me out. The Avengers are good all, great even, but most of them are untrained and unprepared. Civilians and scientists before gaining powers or building their suits. Well, I can say also that no one was ready for a big alien invasion, and they did their best. Putting themselves at risk even when is not their responsibility. but there's a little of unnecessary collateral damage," he says. And many people nod their heads. Don't take me wrong, but I really hope that they are preparing themselves and thinking about ways of improving. Chapter 141 to 160 is ended and next chapter 161 to 180 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you.